Pretty fast setup. Alright, so today's going to be our first ever patch 1.1.2a only cast a game stream. So, welcome all that come in. We'll try to have a nice party today of different recordings. We got a lot of good contributors. We got Viringo, we got Cappy, we got Wololonick. I think we even got some from Der Kaiser, too, maybe Rommel, I don't know. But definitely a good collection. So, I mean, we're not going to run short on anything, you know. Some even came in today as well. So, I mean, I don't think we're going to be running on empty on anything at all, really. So, yeah. Today's definitely a good day to be a Wars of Liberty enjoyer. Yeah, so we'll go from bomb. Well, I'm going to share the stream bomb to top. And then in terms of going through the games, we'll go top to bomb. Kind of the vice versa between the two. So how are you doing today? Good day in the neighborhood? Oh yeah, hopefully. Hopefully you had a good day today. If it wasn't a good day, thankfully I'm here for that. So, yeah, that's a good sign. You know, if you didn't have a great day, at least you can look forward to a Streletsy cast a game stream. And hopefully your Discord UI is not freezing like it does sometimes. Yeah. Why does it do that? Why does it get all sluggish and snail-like speed, you know? You're trying to, like, go from thing to thing and it just lags out. I have no idea why it does that. It's kind of freaky. Maybe CPU usage or something. Who knows? Yeah. It doesn't always happen, too, which is always a strange thing. Yeah, we'll deal with it. And we're in the Wars of Liberty service now. Yeah, so I had this weird idea today. I don't think it's a weird idea, but I don't know if anyone's gonna... Actually, I think somebody might have responded to it, so maybe we can check it together. But I had this interesting idea for a new map that they could do on Age of Pirates over on Definitive Edition. If you didn't hear what I said on Tuesday, and you haven't seen the big video that's already over 1,000 or so views, it's like really popular. They made a Fall of Venice map, right? So you basically capture Venice. You got like 4 different districts, and you have to capture them all, right? You got the Maltese district, you got the Orthodox Christian one, you got the some Venetian House of something one that I didn't get to check, and then there was a Jesuit one. So yeah, basically, I was thinking this whole 4 districts idea, you know what you could apply that to? You could actually create something like that, but use the old city of Jerusalem like that. You would have 4 gates, 4 entrances, right? You'd have the Damascus gate, the Jaffa one, the one to the line, I believe, and then the R one. And you would have 4 districts. You'd have the Jewish quarter, the Christian one, the Islamic one, then the Armenian one, and put relevant natives in there in different buildings that would have different technologies and trickles, just like on the Venice map. And then in the center of the map, what you would have is you would have the ability to capture the Temple Mount, where the Dome of the Rock and the Al-Qadaba Mosque is, whatever that's called. I kind of forgot in my head how you pronounce it. And those would have additional techs and trickle XP. But as a alternative means to win, so there would be 2 ways to win the scenario. First way would be like Venice, you would have to hold, I believe, 2 or 3 out of the 4 lower districts in the old city. Or there's an alternative way to win that doesn't involve any of the districts at all, just the one up on the Temple Mount, which would be center of the map. So basically what I was thinking is why not, first you have to, I think, like build a trading post up there and capture the Dome of the Rock and the other mosque up there. And then after you've done that, what you would have to do is basically have the option to, construct the 3rd temple on the Temple Mount to avoid controversy and everything. Obviously, you wouldn't destruct any of the buildings up there. There'd be like a big square up there on the Temple Mount to like make the 3rd temple. And what you would end up being able to do is you could basically win the game by basically becoming the Antichrist himself and sort of reining in the end of the world, basically, because that's what's written in Revelations is happening. So that would pretty cool. You could make like demon units, they're stronger than normal ones, all these sort of end of days type technologies, and you would use all those advantages to hold on to the Temple Mount for about like 10 minutes or something. And all the people in the lower, outside of the gates and have the other districts could put together their names and try to take out that third one, and then they could construct their own one, or they could win using the other condition, basically. Yeah, I just thought it would be a cool idea. When we get up to sort of that server on here, I can actually read what their responses live to you if you want, and we can sort of pick that apart if it's anything interesting, because I'm definitely very interested to seeing what they would think about something like that, because I think it'd be a great way to bring in popularity to their mod. Venice was a total success, at least from what I'm seeing from my end. Paris was a success as well as Versailles. Doing Constantinople, I think, would be the next step, and then my Jerusalem idea would be like one you could do after that. You could obviously do other cities, like I think Cairo might be good, some in Morocco might be good. There's a lot of good ones you could definitely do, and some in Asia as well. Yeah, definitely. So what do you think about that? You think it's something that could be feasible, codable? The reason I thought of that was, number one, because of my experience playing on the Venice map, and number two, I know there's already certain natives in their mod already that could already be used. They have the Jewish settlements one that's on the Dead Sea map, which is not too far down the road from the old city, just go through the Judean desert and you're right there. They have some nice Sufi blue moss type stuff too they could use. They have, they could combine like Maltese and Jesuits into like the Christian quarter, and then for the Armenian quarter, maybe borrow some, borrow of course with permission and everything from Age of the Worlds, or some of the Age of the World Armenian stuff, and like create a settlement out of that. And then obviously the stuff for the Temple Mount and all the end of days stuff would have to be totally redesigned and reinvented probably. As well as the model for the third temple as well, because you'd want to make it look as accurate to the first and second one as much as possible, I would think. Yeah, definitely. So let me see what they wrote here right now. For the next release, I'd like to add some land city-state map, but the problem of all Middle Eastern maps is that the game just doesn't have enough assets for it, but sounds like a great idea for the wool. But I don't know if Legacy supports something like historical maps, but would be worth trying, Yeah, I mean, I'll probably write this here. No, I know it would be a long-term project. But if you're looking, good zinger. It would knock it out of the park. That's basically what I'm saying is, yeah. Basically, I know it would take ages to probably set it up, but if you like had the assets, somebody got it together, it would be like nobody ever would think of something like that. Everybody does Constantinople, Rome, they do Berlin, they do all these European cities, but something that's integral to history and prophecy and stuff would be really something. I just don't know if all these weird Bible thumping people would come out of the woodwork and say, "Hey, don't play his mod, you're a heathen," or something like that. They just wouldn't want that. Well, if they want to say that, let them say it. Nobody's going to listen to them anyways, People have their own opinions about cool mods like that, but I just thought, with all the stuff going on in the world right now, with all this wildfires in California and stuff, it would be pretty cool to have like an apocalyptic type map like that around our trying times right now. Yeah. Get a lot of attention and probably get the mod ratings up through the roof. Probably the controversy wouldn't be too bad as long as you met certain conditions. Like I said, making sure that the third temple spot would have like a foundation sort of square like they do for the city towers and the fixed guns on the Venice map. If you sort of did that, I think it'd be alright. And you know that the other buildings can stay there, and meet a few more conditions like that and try to make them all balanced too. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we talked a lot today too about Wars of Liberty stuff too and the history of it, so sort of I had a lot of AoE 3 ideas in my head, and I was like, oh yeah, why don't they try this? I don't think anybody's ever come forward with something like that before, but I think it's a pretty easy idea. Just saying. It's not the hardest idea, really. Because some people have these crazy designs that, takes a lot of effort and plan out, but I think something like that, conceptually is pretty easy. You just need to look into the different religious aspects and what the text would be and what buildings in the old city you would want and distribute them, and then basically you would have a pretty good system going that a lot of people would actually dig. Oh yeah, I mean, you could even do maybe a old unearthed maybe Babylon Sisyphon map too, with the Pagan Gardens of Babylon and stuff, with all sorts of animals and plants. That'd be pretty good. That's another one that people probably have never thought of and probably never designed because there's not a lot of assets for it, but if people did it, it might get a lot of attention, Just saying. Yep, somebody's gonna come up with these ideas. Big time. Oh yeah, definitely. So where are we at in terms of time right now? 12 minutes? So now I have to download some games for us to cast today. I'm going to download them all right now. Yeah, definitely. So how many games we got today? Let me count them out for us so we know. So we got 1. We got 2. We got 3. Tres. 4, 5, 6. So we got 6 of them now. And how many more do we got? I gotta scroll down a bit. Now, whoa. This is gonna mess me up. The UI is starting to act crazy again. Alright, so we're on 6, right? So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's just making sure we don't do any. It's doing it again. What? Stop it. Alright, there you go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. What's wrong with this UI? What if I do it smaller? Will it do if I do it smaller? Yeah, I don't know. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Alright, so we're back on track. 7. This will be 8. And 9. And what else do we got? 10. And 11. And 12. And we got 13 here. Still doing the UI thing, but I'm able to catch it a bit better now. We'll be on 13. We're up beyond 14 now, right? DSA 14, actually. 14. And then 15 here would be 15. DSC 16. And what else do we got? Got DSC 7, so 17. And we got DSC 8, DSC 9, and we got Viente, so 20. So more than 19. That's pretty rare. It's pretty rare to get that much, I don't know if we'll get through them all today or what's going on, but let's try to get through all 20. That'd be pretty fun. I think we're going to have a lot of variety of gameplay today, definitely, especially on the Latin American side, just because of the whole advanced immigrants card with the Spanish immigrants and, the really good Argentina changes that occurred in Brazil. Russia's back and forth. Some people say Russia's looking good, some people not so much, though it's kind of a controversial thing right now. Replace those files. Alright, yep, it replaced those files for me. Perfect. Let's go into game number 1. What's it going to be called? I'm going to scroll back up to the top and see what it is. It is called The Devil's Raid. Oh, interesting. So it's Brazil versus Peru. And Sweden versus Belgium in that order. Okay. So, Devil's Raid. That's an interesting one, actually. Because I thought for a second they would be talking about like the Red Devil immigrant cavalry of France. You know, that's called the Red Devil, so that would certainly be a devil. But no, those civs don't have access to the French immigrants, so I don't know where they're getting the Devil's Raid from. It must be something pretty demonic in nature. Something needing an exorcism or something. We'll see, though. We'll see if we need one. We have to take a swim in the holy water to get ourselves clean after watching this. Hopefully, would be good if it was that spicy, but we'll see. So where are we on? We're on the Great Plains map, right? Like the normal Great Plains map, not the Esoc High Plains. Yeah, this is a good map. You got Comanche and you got Cheyenne, right? Oh yeah, good. Trade route sort of curves onto the exterior here for the most part. In generally, on this one, you can only get like 2 trading posts as one player unless you wipe out the R1 and he's running off into the sunset over there, basically. But you get the idea. I personally prefer High Plains because the trade route is more neutral and anybody can get those sockets in general, you know. If you're super duper greedy Evet Ottomans, you can easily like grab like 5 trading posts and, you know, become a true tradesman on that map. It's quite good. So civilized, what are we dealing with here? We're dealing with Peru under Viringo, and Wololonick is using the new Brazil. Brazil now uses the Russian villager block training system. So what that means is instead of training villagers individually, and instead of using that kind of wonky slave trade abolition system that got them down in the D tier, now they actually can train 3 slaves for about 210 coin, so 210 coin, sort of to match the same cost that the Russians have to pay just with coin instead of food. As a result, Russia was changed to a single villager training system. So, you know, Brazil could have that unique feature and not have it be shared with the Russians. Yeah. So, arguably, the Brazil Civ is actually competent now. They actually have a quantifiable macro that they can actually do now. Mainly because we know so much about the Russians being one of the original legacy civs of Age of Empires 3 that we can already sort of guess how effective Brazil is going to be. Not 100%, because obviously there's other factors we have to consider, but in general, we have a pretty good idea of how Brazil is generally going to function in a game. The big difference between Legacy Russia and Brazil is number 1, the coin costs, and the fact that your age up still costs the same amount of food. So now you sort of have to balance hunting on these bison as well as mining from a silver mine, coin mine, gold mine, copper mine, whichever one it is. You know, ideally you're going to try to follow sort of a similar recipe as other civs and try to age up with, say, 15 villagers. It would be kind of greedy to go 18, you know, but you could do that. Be fully aware that now that they use the Russian block training system with town centers, their villager cards have been removed from their home city. So no more 3 villagers, 4 villagers, infinite, none of that, you know. The Russians, on the other hand, do have some basic European settler shipments now. So a lot has changed between the two civs. Also, Brazil still has their bonus of getting a free agricultural wagon with age up, so either can build a plantation or a hacienda/mill, so they can still enjoy that. Generally, nowadays, you're probably going to make plantations with those wagons. There's really no reason to make a mill. You know, you can obviously be really good about herding and mostly get the food you need from hunting. Because the most important thing you're going to need is going to have the permanent space for your villagers to get coin for you. Because if you have no coin, you got no more villagers, and thus your score sort of stagnates. So that's what you got to watch out for generally. In terms of military roster, this could be real interesting, you know. Somewhat, Brazil and Peru are somewhat related in that their main well, not 100%, but basically, Peru's main thing is Mosquiteiros, Pardos, and Boneros, and they get a Grenadier unit. Brazil is a bit different because they don't have a Grenadier unit, but they have an actual Musketeer, the Conscripto. And the other difference is how their early skirmishes work. So the Bonero only costs wood, so it's technically easier if you make the right type of deck to actually spam their Boneros. Whereas the Brazilian Voluntário da Pátria have a base movement speed that's better than the Boneros. You know, Boneros, as you know, will gain more speed when their comrades die because of the whole Peruvian graveyard bonus that they get. But in general, Brazil's skirms will actually be faster across the board, you know. And Brazil's skirmishers will have anti-heavy infantry multipliers. The Boneros do not have that, but the Brazilian Voluntários do get that. So those are the main differences you need to be aware of. So Brazil gets the German wave, Jawohl, and Peru gets, I'm assuming, either Japanese or Irish, Chinese wave. Yeah, Viringo has been doing and dabbling a lot with the Chinese lately. Now, China's an interesting option. Chinese immigrants go a lot more towards natural resource collection and a herdable economy. That is because their first stage up will grant you about a certain number of goats, depending on what age you get them first, and will allow you to train those goats from the livestock pens. So if you're liking goat meat, you're going to like the Peruvian civ. No, not the Peruvian civ, but the Chinese immigrants, I should say. Peru is one of the only, I guess, one of the only civs to have the Chinese immigrants. The other ones would be Mexico, I believe, and Uruguay, because Uruguay has everything, yeah. I can't recall if there's any others that have China outside of those. It's totally possible down the line as they add more Latin American and American civs to the culture that that is something that's going to happen, you know. If you didn't see lately in the Discord server Wars of Liberty, they did confirm that at some point they're going to kind of disband this whole Anglophony culture thing, and they're going to move USA and Canada into the same culture as the Latin Americans, and basically, structurally, they're going to be pretty similar, but they're going to make a second, more Northern American roster for the US and Canada and anything up in that neck of the woods, you know, so that should be fun. I could totally see Chinese immigrants being a thing with the USA, definitely, because of the railroads and how that worked, definitely. Could do it for Canada, I guess, too. Maybe Vancouver, I don't know. Yeah, definitely, you know. The thing I like about the Chinese immigrants is their ability to rush and siege their opponents, you know. The Chinese get this cool immigrant unit called the Coolie, uses a shovel, and basically acts as a sapper, so it has multipliers against buildings, and it's, you know, like a little mini battering ram, the way it functions. You know, obviously, in real warfare, what a sapper does, he obviously digs at the foundation of the building so the thing collapses underneath, you know, the ground. But the way the sappers work in this game, because you can't have all those fancy schmancy animations, is basically they act like little battering rams and start poking the walls with the shovel, like they're Giga Chad 500 muscle bicep shovel shovers, basically. So, yeah, that's basically how they work here. One thing to look out for is military comps and scores. Brazil is already at a very good score because Brazil's economy is pretty good now. You know, they can really get out villages a lot faster than they used to. This Russian bloc economy is quite good for them, you know. And once they do run out of these mines, they already got a plantation there waiting for them. Yeah. Isn't that pretty sweet? Yeah. Also be aware that with Brazil, you can build plantations in Age 2, so if you want to construct additional ones for whatever reason, you can always do that in an emergency pinch. And now, Viringo, what are you doing here? Do you know how risky this is? No tower, no house. You could have just, like, built a house here and, like, garrisoned him in the house. Yeah, a little too late. Like, hello? Juanito Bonito, Juanita Pluana. Like, yeah, yep, there you go. All right. If you had that before, I think you would have been all right, you know? What, is Viringo even sent his wood shopping cards? Yes, he has sent the Virgin Forest. All right, so that's good. That's good. You need to get those wood shopping cards very early as Peru to actually do quite well, because these Berneros, if you look at their costs, 65 wood and no food. Yeah, basically. So if you can get a lot of wood, these practically become like free army for you. And they're not bad, you know, 16 range, 17 damage, skirmish tag, some pierce armor. And then, of course, if they start dying, they'll be able to retreat faster with the whole Peruvian boost. They're not a bad unit, you know. But you just need the economy to set them up, you know. The only thing, in fact, that might save Viringo from that sort of loss in villagers he just experienced is the fact that he can mass up these Berneros. He can go double barracks with these things and just make that his main army, you know. Yeah, it kind of is in Brazil's early interest not to go stable right away, so you kind of can enjoy that, you know. Well, statistically, if you look between the two units, it's pretty obvious that the Bernero is a better fighter. In terms of pure stats, like 17 damage, definitely better than the 13 of this. This is also lacking 10 HP of the Bernero too. The one area, of course, where it has the advantage is the movement speed. The base movement speed, right? None of these guys actually have to croak before they can run away fast, you know. Also, something interesting I just observed, they actually have less range than the Bernero. Berneros have about 16 range. These only have 14 range. So I'm thinking, maybe if you can double barracks as Viringo, take advantage of your wood mass, you might actually be able to overcome these Volunteros and, you know, push them back. Maybe pressure him to a point that he can't deal with. But we do need to look at the resource differences here. Like, oh wow, already enough to go to H3. We have second German wave. They'll get a free Krupp steel can with that, which is sort of like a hybrid between a Cove and a mortar. Definitely will come in handy for sieging Peru out. I don't think Viringo's going to have any artisanal cans. I believe he has the shipment, though. Does he have the shipment? No, he does not. He does not have a shipment for that, so basically I think that the Krupp steel can will be great for siege then against that town center and any of the outlying structures. Viringo, though, is going to respond with an attack of Pardos and Berneros. This seems to be like the bread and butter of the Peru 1v1 meta right now, and even the team meta. Basically, spam a bunch of these Pardos because of how cost-effective they are and how good they are at sieging and fighting cav, and then protect them with a huge mass of Berneros that are practically like a free mass for you. And that often is a really good way to win is Peru, you know. It's quite effective now. I think before when the Pardo was more of a halberdier pike halberd and costed 125 food, yeah, Peru did not have a lot going for it. They kind of were a mostly anti-infantry early civ. So whenever they went up against, you know, strong cavalry massing civs, they had some real problems. Now with the cheap spammable pikemen, they have an answer to cavalry. They have an answer to mosquiteros and early culisses from args and stuff. They can actually deal with those things. Before, it just wasn't practical. You know, you would only play Peru against civs that were mostly infantry based, and you would avoid the ones that, like Argentina and stuff, that can mass up a lot of mounted stuff early on, you know. So now, Peru I think might either be lower B tier or upper C tier now. I don't know. I mean, from what I've seen, I could be wrong about this. I think Peru is at least a B tier civ now. You know, they got themselves out of the gutter. They actually can do quite a bit of cool things now. The one thing I say, you know, is not great. They still lack a musketeer in their roster. I don't want them to get it because that's part of their identity. It's just one thing to consider when you're thinking of flexibility and stuff. But they do get a grenadier, though, so maybe that counts for something. Not a lot of stuff here. I mean, you might want to target the U-ones down when you get the chance. These are probably your biggest threat of doing damage to you. I mean, it only takes like 3 thrusts of these lances to sort of take out a Bernero, really, so you gotta be really careful with that. And if there's any sort of bullet wounds in any of these Viringos, only 2 Yuan hits will wipe them out. So you gotta really be careful with that stuff. Quite careful. Where's Wololonick's economy now? So he's constantly keeping up his queue of slaves, so his coin stockpile is a bit low. He does go for veteran voluntario de patria. Probably a good idea since he's going to need all that coin to keep making villagers. Just go for the food and wood trash. That's sort of like the older Brazil. You know, the older Brazil, I used to do that. I used to start out with sort of trash units like the voluntario. And then once I maxed out my bills, then I would move into the more of the food and coin stuff. More of the voluntario, more the cazador montados, the lanceros, that sort of thing. So kind of a bit of their old identity coming back, you know, which is great. Means that they're actually competitive again. At least against some civs, you know. I don't know just yet how good they are. I know they're not D tier anymore. I think we can actually pull them out of that. Just because they're good in team games now and very good support. And maybe in these 1v1 matchups they're going to have some better outcomes now when done correctly. You know what I mean? I don't think this match alone is going to determine that just because of how bad Viringo sort through the game by not protecting his villagers at the start, but we'll see. We'll see. I think Viringo just needs numbers right now. You know, he's got the stats, but he needs the numbers. Well, actually, what are the stats in these? So, now with the veteran upgrade, these voluntarios are starting to creep up on the stats of them, you know. Just a little bit less damage, but a little bit more HP. So, Viringo might have a real problema here. A real one. Also making a move on those houses up there to basically eat up those villagers. Pardos will come to the rescue, though. And we're going to have to see if Senor Viringo can react to this or not. Because if he can't, I can't guarantee what's going to happen to this poor Juanito here, you know? Because all I think Wololonick needs to do is, when he gets his shipment, get like the 2 Krupp steel cans out of this thing and start sieging away at his base and protect him with all the volunteers and pardos. That could actually be a legit setup you could do, you know. Don't have to get too complicated and sticky with it, you know. Just do a basic siege. And that's going to be easy, you know. You don't always get to do a simple siege like that, but I think in this case, just having some long-range siege artillery and protecting them with a big army of skirms and pikes, you could probably do it now. Yeah, I mean, he's got the eco for it, too. Most definitely. Viringo's actually going to H3 now, too. With the Japanese wave. Now, that's an interesting one. That will grant him some cherry orchards, which his villagers will be able to get some food from, just like the Japanese civ can. And they'll be really good for his workers from Japan, because Japanese immigrant workers are best used on berries. Yeah, so like regular berry bushes and, of course, cherry orchards, too. So, yeah. I mean, I don't know why he's going Japanese. I would start going more towards the Irish at this point, just because you don't know if you're going to need extra skirms or not. The Zamorlitos are pretty okay being green jackets. But that's just my opinion, you know. I don't think you really need heavy, unless he wants to go cavalry medics. That could be it. You might want cavalry medics to deal with the voluntarios. Oh yeah, most definitely. You got some escoltas here too. Were those shipped or what were those? Oh, those were shipped. 3 escoltas. How many has he got? 3 escoltas. Alright. Yeah, escoltas, very strong unit. You know, these are considered assault cavalry, whereas these guys are considered scout cavalry. So scout cavalry are more of like your old school hussars. They're best used against skirmishers, archers, and artillery, whereas escoltas and other assault units are better used against heavy infantry. But they can sort of serve the old role as well, just a little bit less effectively than the scout guys can. What makes assault units like these very good, of course, is their multiplier against heavy infantry, as well as their hand armor, right? Look at this hand armor here. This is going to be able to resist a lot of these pikemen's attack, as well as their multipliers, yeah. Now, assault units can vary. Some don't even have any sort of special attack properties. Other ones use area of effect attack. Other ones have full-blown anti-infantry multipliers, just like these ones. Yes, even dismounted units can be assault units too, usually denoted by the hand armor. Yeah, these ones in particular are known for using ranged and melee multipliers against infantry. So, basically a good hit-and-run unit, good for wiping out skirms and muskets alike. Obviously in mass they'll have, when dealing with massive armies, they'll have issues because they just don't have that range resist, but when it comes to like things that can chase after them, like maybe pikes or something, yeah, sometimes they can deal with them, just because of that slight bit of hand armor keeps them alive a bit longer. Oh yeah, most definitely. Not all civs get these types of units, but Brazil can ship them in, the Zuevo Baianos, and they're a pretty powerful shipment. This is what Wololonick did against me in another game, and he completely turned it around with these units. So, you better believe it when I say it, these Zuevos, they're a good unit, a good support unit. And, yep, he's got the shipment of them here. He does have any other shipments of them, but I think there's another one you can get that's bigger in Age 4 too. Definitely pay attention to that as a good strategy you can do, Really. I think that, resources, Nick, clearly had the advantage in all the spots. I think this is the problem, though. Like, Viringo was, doing good, and then, boop, that raid. Then he had the recover, and then he sort of flatlined out. Yeah, that's why you just can't get raided that hard. It's just bad for you. It's like eating like a dozen chocolate cream donuts, It's just not the healthiest way to get a win. Definitely not. So you have to watch out for that. 100%. So it looks like we got Cappy telling him where the patch notes are. That's awesome. Got some chitter-chatter between Sagawai Black and Alucard. So, Sagawai, you should definitely get a AMD. I prefer AMD over Intel. When I visited a tech store, when I was getting my gaming laptop, they said AMD is good for multitasking and then Intel's good for singular tasks. I think since I'm going to be multitasking all the time, because I'm, streaming and stuff, the AMD is just going to serve me a bit better than the Intel is. But it's going to be up to you in the end which one you prefer more. I think you're going to have a better time with AMD CPU, honestly, but that's up to you, basically. In terms of graphics, I use NVIDIA with the AMD Ryzen, so that should be quite good. Alright, so now we're going on to the second Nick game that he posted with this one, the Militanusier Massacre. So, lots of Belgian machine guns, basically. So let's see how this one turns out. M is for Militaires. Where is that one? Right over here. This one. Perfect. Great. Yeah, we don't see a lot of, well, how often do we see Belgium? It's not all the time, right? No. It's not. So I guess, well, wait a second, where are we? We're in Malaysia, right? Oh yeah, we're in Malaysia. The cool part of this map, of course, is sort of you get your own sort of private Idaho water that you can fish and whale yourself. So if you like fish booming, this is an awesome map for that. Trade route wise, trade route's reasonable, it's pretty modest. I think it's better for Belgium in 1v1 because in team games you sometimes have players that'll shift over to the left or right, kind of denying you one of those trade sockets. But in its 1v1, they're spaced out enough that you could grab all three of them as Belgium, Yeah, and I think that's what Jeff is going to do. He's going to scout around, try to get this trade route, because that's the most valuable thing you can do with these frontier wagons, and then just do that. Right? I was like, wait a sec, is he going to get an outpost? Thankfully not. Yeah, you only go for outposts if there's not any better options with these frontier wagons. Basically, these frontier wagons can turn into trading posts, they can turn into outposts, and they can turn into a saloon. Saloon being probably the most sus option usually, unless you're doing some sort of mercenary thing. But yeah, there's basically literally like a priority list on how you should use these wagons. Number 1, trade route. Number 2, native site. Depend on, safety. And number 3, outposts. And then number 4 would be like a mercenary build. The mercenary building kind of like the F tier. Like you would never do that really, I see Jeff is going for the more farther out trade site there, which is pretty good. That means once he hits age 2, he can basically try to grab this one. Yeah. Why did I think there was one in the middle here? I don't know. Maybe on a bigger map or something, but yeah. Only 2 trade sockets here. You got the one up here and the one down here. Natives wise, you got the Sufi and then you got the Jesuits on this side. So you got a bit of Dragoon and a bit of Assault. Sweden, though, very strong civ. Quite a good competitive civ, actually. This should be a very tight match, honestly, if it's done correctly. This card here, Land Mana Party, which is still called extra units for some reason, basically makes it so every market technology you research, like hunting dogs, will also give you a free settler. Yeah, it's basically the same thing you have with the Italians in the 5th edition, that thing where every technology gives them a free settler. It's like a miniature version of that, really, with the Sweden. I wouldn't be surprised, actually, if the Definitive Edition devs actually looked at these Wars of Liberty cards and said, hey, we can make a civ bonus after that thing, because of how popular it was, Everybody that plays Sweden loves the Land Mana Party card because it's just such a good way to boom. It's a one shipment solution to booming. Instead of having 3 vills, 4 vills, 5 vills in your deck, you just need Land Mana Party and you're all set. You're going to have a Land Mana Party with all the res you're going to have from it, basically. Yeah. In terms of 1v1 combat, I can't say for certain who has the distinct advantage. I mean, Sweden is going to have an easier time massing up heavy infantry. But as the recording name signifies, I think Belgium is going to play a lot more into their anti-infantry strengths. Belgium is one of the few civs to have Royal Guard volunteers, so basically Royal Guard crossbowmen. They have machine guns, the Mille de Toulouse, to replace their falconets, which can be pretty devastating usually. They have their own unique skirm, the Force Publique, which is a skirmisher that has multipliers against native warriors. So, the Belgians are no stranger to anti-infantry. Even their bicycle infantry and police elephants are very anti-infantry oriented. So, I mean, infantry civs can really suffer against the Belgians if they're not careful. You know what I mean? Especially since Belgium, their bicycle infantry is one of the few units in the game that's considered an anti-skirm. A lot like the Schiavonis and Panders of the Definitive Edition game. So they have multipliers against skirmisher units. Basically their own kind, pretty much, yeah. So Sweden is going up with the Statesman. So again, Outpost with some coin. And Jeff is going up with the Artisan, so 400 wood. Okay, that should be interesting. Obviously, any map where you have native sites on it, Belgium also gets an advantage on because they can get those sites easy and, use a certain card that we all know and love to basically get some natives from each allied site. Yeah. Doesn't seem to have that one, but we do see hallmarkers of other key Belgium cards here, like Advanced Trading Posts to make them cheaper and give them HP. The range attack is not so important because of this, that sort of supersedes it. Fortified Trading Posts. Basically, fortified trading posts will allow your trading posts to fire cannonballs, so they basically become like little short-range forts. Yeah, that's pretty big, It kind of discourages the player from ever attacking those trading posts. They can still do it. They're just going to lose a few units while they do it. I mean, that's a big thing. It's bad enough when you're dealing with the advanced trading posts and those musket-style attacks. But, like, full-on cannonballs with area of effect damage, that's a real serious threat that you have to choose, whether I'm going to try to contest this trade route or not, or just go for their base. And if you just go for the base, they're going to be racking in more XP. that they can use against you in the form of crates, units, even mercenaries and natives. You just don't know exactly. Going for the Naked FF on the Belgium side with the 700 coin. Very good move, because once you do that, you can make your machine guns the Miniatures. Really good unit, really good machine gunner. Might actually be enough to deal with the Swedish Viringos from their barracks. Yeah, it's pretty normal for Sweden to go opening barracks, We very rarely see stable hussars, though Sweden does get strong hussars. They actually get Royal Guard ones, in fact, the Krona Princess ones. So, hussars is something you might see Sweden transition to mid or late game. Potentially. What's the bill in here? Sawmill, right? Yep. Did he get Norland logging? Yep. You always get Norland logging before you construct sawmills. If you ever construct a sawmill before getting Norland logging, you need to go to school and get a bachelor's degree in playing the Swedish. Just saying it now. Because what Norland logging does, it changes the cost of the sawmill from $350 down to this very reasonable $211, and it allows you to have a second one too. Because basically what these sawmills do is they trickle wood, and they create these little cords of 100 wood over time that your villagers can then grab up around the building. Sweden has a very easy time producing a lot of wood. Yep, and then they also have these special buildings called annexes that they can build off of their main buildings. So if you have a barracks, you can build a torp. This is like some sort of military house that gives you about, I believe it gives you a 10 to 15 population or something. Let's see how much it actually gives them. Yeah, 15 pop, and then you can create allotments from them, which are these big button masses, these big button armies, just like the ones you get with the Native American cities at their town centers, and then you can keep sending them for an increase in cost, Early on, it's going to be very cheap and massable, but as you go on later and later, it's going to cost like 1,000 of each resource, and you're not going to want to do it anymore, But if you do have the resources, yeah, you could send it like 20-something times and get a lot of value out of it, too, in terms of speed of military production. That's what it's about, is speed. It's not about cost efficiency, especially as you get later into using it. The big thing is speed, super-duper speed, The time it takes for you to train these heavy infantry from a barracks is going to take you a while, but the allotments from this building makes it a lot quicker, and you can go for much earlier pushes with it too. We see him going for the Riksbank next. This will deliver a bank that you can trickle coin from. Was going to get a Nobel Prize, but didn't end up doing that. Yeah, this is a pretty interesting card. Basically everybody on your team gets shipping points with each age up. Maybe something I should consider in like team games, especially ones with 3v3 and 4v4. That could be a really nice gift to give them. A really nice present to wrap under the Christmas tree for them. Yeah. And now Jeff is already in age 3. He's going to ship in Dragoons for... he's going to start training the Miniatures machine guns. And what is he going to do next? He's going to ship in about 6 Dragoons, probably as a form of maneuver protection. He does not know 100% if Sweden is going all heavy infantry, if there is going to be a hussar component, so that is a good idea. Though, just make sure that if you do deal with hussars, that those Dragoons deal with them in melee, because maneuver units like the Dragoon only deal anti-scout multipliers in melee and not range. Their range multipliers are only just there for assault and artillery. Yeah, something you probably didn't know. Basically, Dragoons are not that great anymore against hussars unless you're willing to go into melee and chase them down and stuff, which of course puts them in a lot of peril and danger. So take it at your own risk, really, when you're using Dragoons against hussars. Against the heavy cav like the Escoltas and stuff, yeah, Dragoons will be a great option for you, because those multipliers, because you can see it right here. You see assault and artillery. Here it's assault, scout, and artillery. So, yeah, Now, there are some Dragoons in the game that work the opposite way, that have multipliers against Scout but not Assault. But they're pretty rare and far and few between. Some examples would be the Dragon Rojo of Central America, the Canal Police of Gran Colombia for their Panama politicians. You do have a few like older school anti-Hussar type Dragoons, but they're just very far and few between. Yeah, now question is, how much army is Jeff going to need to go for some sort of a push here? Right now he's only got a mere 6 maneuver units and 2 artillery pieces. I can't quite say for certain that that's enough to get anything going. Is going to start to siege this Jeff native site, I guess. Constructing a saloon. Now that's something we don't see every day. Dusk Till Dawn saloon. What is he going to make there? What? I can't remember. What did the outlaws get on this map? You get like one of the thuggy ones, right? Like the dacoit or the thuggy, and then you get one of the Asian ones, I would think. So we'll see what he ends up getting in the end there. Also, another machine gun coming in for Belgium. His best bet is going into that melee. And yeah, good. That's exactly what you need to do. Get into that melee. He had to move some of them up, though, sadly. But, can he even get one down? One down would be really good. Did he even get one of them down? That's not looking great for you. Because now you got this huge stack of, like, machine guns that you can use to wipe out your infantry with. And sort of keep you in your base. Which is not going to be that great, you know. Jeff getting 1,000 wood now, probably for infrastructure, maybe get a third town center. He already has one over here from his politician, and then he's got one over here. Nick, going with the dacoits. Something we don't always see. Does he have, he does not have dance hall, which I'm pretty shocked by. You know, if you're going to go for dacoits, you need to get dance hall so you can reduce their population costs. Because, as you know, these outlaws cost a lot of population. Whole lot of it. I don't know what he's planning on getting out of the dacoits, but we'll see. Maybe stalling for time. Who knows? Not making the Beverlangos anymore, which is interesting. Is aging up, though. I just noticed that. The dacoits do take out one dragoon. Now, that's a good melee. I'm not going to lie. That's quite... They are going to take one down. Yep. So it's last down. I'm assuming it's the one with the political exiles, so going for a speedy age up. That is good. Whenever you're being attacked, don't go for any of those slow age ups. Go for the fast one and get your shipping in. Of about 6 dragoons. So an identical shipment to that. Belgium, probably to deal with the artillery and then go toe-to-toe with the dragoons. That's my only guess. Oh, Volontaire Gendarmes. Volontaire Gendarmes. That's a good choice. So these are basically mercenary cuirassiers from Luxembourg. And they cost about 600 coin and a pop space of 6. So, you know, you can't mass up a lot of them, but what they do have is great stats. Great assault unit all around. Yeah, so we'll see if they have any use here, perhaps. So, yep, these are what they look like statistically. About 60 with about 2 splash, 1,000 hit points. Basically an Imperial cuirassier from the Asian dynasties, really. That alone was enough to wipe out the artillery. I think he can even wipe out the maneuver units with it. Yeah. Yeah. That was really interesting. Yeah, I didn't quite expect that. No, that was a good move. You know, taking advantage of a really strong mercenary, probably one of the better mercenaries in the game, and just steamrolling. Yeah. Now, I wish there was a way that some civs could train them. You know, they could unlock them at their saloon, like the Dutch or the Belgians or French could. That'd be pretty fun. But, yeah. Good mercenary, though. So if you ever see these volunteer gendarmes available for a civ from their home city, this is definitely a unit that you might want to consider getting, generally. Builds about 2 more of them. And trains in another one. Just a little concerned he's going to overdo it and fall into Jeff's dragoon trap. Yeah, training more dragoons, going to age 4. Anything awaits Nick there. 4 more machine guns, 2 of the steel cannons. Citadel Industrial. This is simply to upgrade your militaries to Montigny, which is their guard upgrade for free, and grant them about 10% additional stats, that being hit points and attack. Interesting to not see any acquisition of the fish here at all either. It's pretty interesting, actually. Going for this exterior town center. Does he have any siege yet for this? Or is he just sort of collecting attention? You know, you gotta be careful of that, because look at right here. Look at these dragoons. If he's not careful, those are gonna get targeted. Those are gonna get targeted now. You don't want to lose one of those units. That's 600 coin down the drain. Really, you do not want to lose any. He's lost 2 of them. Is he gonna lose another one? Yes, he is. He just threw like almost 2,000 coin worth of stuff. Without even second thought, yeah. Now relying on a mix of Skirm and Dragoon. One of the more stronger, you know, things out there in the Age of Empires 3 world, but certainly not in Wars of Liberty. You know, for that reason I told you about. The fact that Dragoons do not have range multipliers against Hussars. That ends up weakening that thing a whole lot and giving way to more opportunities for you to do other stuff in the game. You know, like Hussar Skirmisher, Hussar Dragoon, you know. Possibilities are endless. Even stuff that isn't in, you know, the Asian dynasties, like anti-skirms or Western Grenadiers, you know. It's really up to you. With your Sid Roster, the cards that upgrade them and their bonuses. Ceylon Industrial is no ordinary factory card. It will give you a factory, and it will also improve the training time of your heavy cannons too. So I mean, if you like heavy cannon spamming, this is a great card for you. Now the problem is with Belgium, they can't get their second factory until Imperial Age with the manufacturing owner. Yeah, it used to be an Age 4 politician, and it was moved up to Age 5. So yeah, you get a really optimized factory first, and then if you get to Imperial Age, you can add in another one too. Which means a lot of nice heavy artillery for you to use on the enemy. Safe to say Jeff really has the reign over the battlefield here with his massive dragoons. You know, he's able to ride out and basically reign a lot of terror here, taking out the settler. Yep, he's going to have to put his other vills on that one now. He's going to lose that vill. But now, yep, can garrison right. Yep, right there. Alright. Now, what does he do? Does he keep trying to... Yeah, boy, what was that vill doing out there? Was he trying to search for Juanitas Bonitas or something? Like, oh, donde están las Juanitas Bonitas? Yeah. Happens every now and then, you know? You don't want to stay in your house where it's safe and warm. You just want a Juanita Bonita. So, that's exactly what happened. Now, I think in general here, Nick has to start thinking fast. You know, skirms, great against the dragoons, but not against those machine guns. Not against the Militaries. These are Montigny's at this point, right? Or they should be very soon. Yep, he's getting them up to Montigny now. Montigny Militaries. Nick going skirm and hoping for the best. Does he have a foundry? Yeah, he needs to do something. Like, he's got to get something here to work with. While Loonguards, these are basically mercenary halberdiers, pretty much. So, yeah, good unit, but that's not really what you need right now. Just go with the Culverins, man, lad. Go with the Culverins. Culverins would be barrier, because you're going to make all these assault cavalry, and the dragoons are just going to pick them apart. Get a foundry with all that wood that you got in Sweden, and just make some coves with the skirms. And force them onto a different unit, you know. Force them onto police elephants, and then you can make your own dragoons. You know, force the battlefield into your advantage, you know. Because wow. Yep, that's exactly what I was warning you about, you know. You just can't set up like that, because now you went right into that. You right into the paper shredder, and all your infantry's gone. Yeah. I mean, it was a good battle, but, you know, Sweden could have done a little bit more here. Yeah, definitely. I think at least in this matchup, Belgium always has the advantage, just because they have more anti-infantry ways to deal with the Swedes. Yeah, and it's not like they're underhanded. I mean, they got line infantry, they got native anti-cav units, they got dragoons. So, yeah, Belgium just has more flexibility in the military side than the Swedes do. The Swedes do some things really great, and then in other areas, it's like, like that. Any critical junctures here that we need to look at? I mean, we'll have to see. That's how bad that fight was. Like, all that units, just only 32. Yeah. That's why I'm saying Culverins might have been barrier. No, I think so. I think it would have been better if he did that. I mean, honestly, yeah, well, this is due to multiple town centers here. In terms of resources. Yeah, so it seems like it fluctuated a bit between the two, and then at this point, Jeff really took off with 3 TCs. Yeah, definitely. So now we'll go on to the next one. Game number 3. Let's boot it up. So what do we got now? Let me see what we have here. What will this match be called exactly? It will be called Polu Eltiata versus Serbia Wololo. So we got Nick playing Serbs this time against the Peruvians. Let's see. Let me what's the file have on the first part of the string? So it's P for Peru, okay. P. So many Perus from Viringo. Yeah. It is his homeland after all, so of course he's got to support the motherland civ. Alright, so what map we on this time? So we are on... Looks to be... What is this map again? I'm trying to remember what this is. It's one of those Juanito-ish maps, right? Yeah. I forget exactly what this map is called, but it's a pretty good one. I mean, you got some Navajo sites on it you can use. Everybody sort of has their own trade route with about 2 sockets on it. Not much complaining there, you know? Not really. Now the question is can Viringo actually do something against, say, Wololonick with the Serbs compared to what was going on with Brazil? Your main threat you're going to deal with against the Serbs is their other grave bonus. This is like the gravy train of graves, you know? You got Peru with their grave bonus and then Serbs with theirs. But they work differently. The Peruvian one gives nearby units more line of sight and movement speed when nearby units die, whereas the Serbs give their units more attack as nearby units die. So instead of being more of a retreater, the Serbs are more hyper remove kebab mode type stuff, you know, basically. Yeah, and then there's even a card, I believe, for the recruit unit, which is their common Balkan musketeer unit that will improve their hit points and their attack. It's like a double stack of the grave bonus. So a lot going on. I think recently they actually ended up nerfing the grave bonus for the Serbs just because of the range firepower it really gives their units. And I think, that's probably for the best, Because I've had some moments against the Serbs, I'm like, okay, this attack is a little something into 1v1, I just don't know. I think in this matchup, though, it's really going to come down to who fights a bit better here, I mean, in terms of, overall roster, I can't really tell who's better or worse, The thing I like about the Serb units, because they're part of the Balkan culture, or the nation-state culture, is their units have higher amounts of damage. So they're Hajuks, they're recruits, they're Scythemen, they're good at doing damage. They're not the sturdiest units, but they do a lot of damage for what they cost. And I think on the Peru side, you're going to be seeing a lot more of that Pardo Bernero stuff that we saw the last Viringo game tonight. So yeah, we're going to have to see how that turns out in the end, really. Now, everybody's just focusing on their basic macro, nothing too significant yet. Looks like Serbia will be aging up at the livestock pen. I always considered Serbia's early age-up options, politicians, to be a little bit weird. Yeah, there's no distinctive quartermaster-style politician for the Serbs exactly, so you have to go with some weird stuff like either some geese or 3 infantry or something, so you or some coin crates with cavalry units, so yeah, you really have to see what that's all about, really. Yeah, just about. That one's not for me, by the way, so not to worry about. Great, problem solved. Yep, and who's the agent politician here? It's going to be Pavle Nenadovic, who will give him about 4 geese, I believe. You're already using the livestock pen for the cows on the map, which is perfect. Good use of your scouting there. Whereas Viringo is going up with Japanese wave. Viringo is very flexible with his Peru gameplay. Sometimes he goes Irish, sometimes Japanese, and sometimes Chinese. He is willing to use all the above, He's truly flexible with immigrants. He's not like some of these other Juanitos that just stick to one immigrant build and they don't really branch out and try new things. Viringo, very creative little Juanita Peruana for it, Yeah, it's pretty good because then you can be a bit more flexible. You can use China for siege, you can use the Japanese for sort of more anti-cav and anti-skirmisher, and then the Irish you can use for sort of massing up artillery, or just that early green jacket type skirm you need to defend. Yeah, the one annoying thing though about being that close to the trader is the fact that you can't wall over it. You know what I mean? You can't take a wall and say I'm on a wall from here down to here. You can't do that, so comes a bit of a challenge then. Yeah. Is this the map I did the other day against Viringo? It looks like it. It looks like the map I did against the other day with Viringo. I was Argentina down here, and I think this exact spot. It is the same map. Wow. Just realized it. I think it's called Sierra Madre or something. Something like that. Well, no, we're not in the match, so we can't look at the diplomacy tab to tell us what map it is. I think it's Sierra Madre or something. Ooh, Brahma Musica. Good morning, man. Oh, you're just waking up now? Good for you. Instead of watching the morning news, you can watch an Unstoppable Stelezzi match. Or a Casa match, that is. I'm not actually playing. I'm just yapping with my little microphone here. Yeah, you're lucky, When I get up in the morning, I have to sort of watch last night's news, really. I don't get to see all this exciting stuff until later in the day. But thankfully, because of your time zone, you can watch Unstoppable Stelezzi the moment you wake up, probably, which is great. This barracks. Okay, this might be a concern right here for poor Nick here. You see, how many vills has he got on that thing? He's got about... He's gonna wipe out the... He's got 2 vills there. Those could easily be sniped. You kidding me? Yeah, that one's gonna be sniped. And then that one's gonna be sniped. Already, Viringo is looking good. 2 vills for free, without any losses. Now, can he pay attention to here and, you know, maneuver these units coming out? If he does that, he's really in good shape. Dealing with these recruits. Recruits have, I believe, less hit points than normal musketeers, but they have more damage. So, about 27 range damage and 13 in melee. Quite a lot of hurt there coming out of that. So, we'll see if Viringo can find a way to stop his production. I mean, he did just wipe out 2 peasants. That's a huge loss. That's almost like a whole shipment worth of villagers, really. You just... Well, yeah, I mean, infinite villager shipments in AoE 3 are 2 villagers. That is a huge difference, you know? 1 vill's bad enough. 2, you're looking bad. 3, you're looking real bad. And then when you get to like 5 or 6, it's like, you know, crying on the phone to Juanita, Mama Juanita Bonita. Like, what happened to me? You know? That's basically it. Mixing in some assault, I like it. Because you know you're going to be dealing with some heavy infantry, some skirmish. That's a good unit to deal with both. In the right, when used properly, that is. Also good for chasing things down as well. Okay, how many recruits does he have here? He has about 5 Hajuks and about 10 recruits. Yeah, he added in 5 more, and then he's adding more Hajuks. Hajuk recruit is a nice combination usually, and then he has 2 mule artilleries as well. These are basically early cannons that you can make in H2. Kind of somewhat similar to artisanal cannons, but I think a little bit weaker. Yeah. I definitely think the artisanal cans are a bit nicer. What is the exact difference between an artisanal can and a mule artillery? I know the costs are different. An artisanal can costs about 150 wood and coin. These things cost about 300 food and 100 wood. So they're not 300, but 200 food. So they're basically a trash unit. I think back in the day they were 300 food. That's what I remember them as. But yeah, definitely like a trash unit artillery. Shipping in more Hajuks. Whereas Viringo spamming out on the Boneros with some Shotai immigrant infantry from Japan. Should get the Virgin Force at some point, I would think. Just to make sure your wood eco is nice and healthy. We'll see, though. I think in this particular case, you got to watch out for those artillery. Those artillery are going to be the real winner here for him. So you definitely got to watch out for those. It's going to be a real danger. Yeah, he's got some free reign over siege in the barrack. Ooh, what's that? Mosquiteros? Juanitos Mosquiteros? Did he actually get a... No, he should have just came around to get the artillery that way if that's what he wanted. You know, he kind of didn't do a lot of damage to the infantry, and then the artillery was mostly untouched. Now he's going to have to pull back because the defenses are going to come up for this barracks. You know, he doesn't want to lose it. It's a 200 wood structure, so I mean, if you can avoid losing it, kudos to you. You know, good for you. Well, I'm just trying to see what the oh yeah, Serbs are definitely catching up with their eco. Whole lot. 5 villagers. Now I prefer infinite 4 villagers because if you have a lot of time on your hands and a lot of flexibility, you can like quickly ship in like 8-12 villagers as the Serbs and get a lot done, you know. Oh, wow. Look at that snipe by the Boneros. Sniping the mule artillery. That was a huge sort of defense there, yeah. He's kiting pretty well. I mean, he's getting an advantage on these recruits and their lower HP. Oh, yeah. Good movement. Good maneuvering there, yeah. Would be great if he could get down this last mule artillery, though. That would really help out the Viringo defense here. Just a whole lot. Yeah. Yeah, just keep kiting away at him keep chipping away at, you know. If you keep chipping away and using your grave bonus, you're going to do good. In some ways, the grave bonus of Viringo is actually proven to be more useful than the one of the Serbs, because, you know, with the Serbs, when you wipe out their stuff, they get more attack. They get into, like, angry kebab remover mode with their soldiers, but if the Peruvians can just run out of there and skedaddle, that's going to be a really good way to basically, you know, negate their bonus, because does it really matter if you're getting more attack if you don't even get to shoot at the enemy once? Like, yeah, exactly. Like, you know, something in a different package, you know what I mean? Because sometimes I feel like we're in such a binary system with these RTS games where it's more hit points, more attack, that's all you care about. But no, something cool with movement speed and that range. You can change up the ball game entirely and make those sort of more binary stat improvements not that great anymore, you know? Definitely. Binary being the hit points and attack, you know, using a whole different thing, movement speed and a bit of range to give you a bit of the advantage. Oh wow, look at that. Combining cavalry medics with mosquiteros to wipe out the infantry. That was a good strike right there. Now that's basically going to set the Serbian army back, and they might choose to either regroup, make an army again. They're probably going to go up to age 3. A lot of surplus. You know, I would be pretty shocked if he didn't just go up to age 3 right here with all that surplus, you know. But he might be thinking. He might be thinking the back of his head. What am I going to do with this big Peruvian mass right here? You know, he's got shock units. These Hajuks are also gone. I hope you know that. These Hajuks are very likely to be wiped out as well. He does not have enough recruits to really defend on this front. You know, Mosquiteros snagging more kills as expected, and then the scout units are going to run back in for another round. Yeah, these units are done. This is a really serious situation here. So what's going to happen is he's going to have to age up from this barracks in the back with Hajuvichko. Yeah. So I think, if I recall correctly, this one will give you some sort of infantry. I think either the Hajuks or, yeah, the Hajuks, I believe, like a massive Hajuks. So yeah, he's going to have to go back into his base now, which gives Viringo a lot more space to build town centers at the mid part of the game when they're in age 3. Yeah. And how much hunts has he got? I see he's actually training geese here, so he's actually going to start using herdables. One of the cows are already fattened, so if he wants to have a nice juicy steak right now with garlic butter, he can do that. You know, he can have his ribeye, he can have his poorhouse. He's got a bit of surplus food here that he can start eating from. Now, if he's going geese, that'll be a nice, like, weenie way of adding in some more food as well, you know. I would say geese are sort of in, like, the same herdable category as, like, the chickens are, you know. Not a lot of food, but that means that, you know, you don't have to wait that long for them to fatten up, you know. It's just that their food value is not going to be that strong as, say, a cow is, or even a sheep or goat is, you know what I mean? I believe those have more than the geese do. So, yeah, definitely. Double barracks. He's floating a lot of resources, so double barracks is a no-brainer, I think, if you're the Serbs. And Peru, where's Peru doing? Peru is taking control of their trade route, getting the first trading post down, ideally get the second one off to the side. He knows about it, right? Yes, he does. That's good. It's good that he knows that. More rating. That's some good rating there. I mean, Viringo's a lot more on his game, I think, now than he was in the previous game. Actually getting some rating done and making some good unit choices. Most definitely. Yeah, I think we're going to have to, consider Brazil's placement because it seems like the Serbs are having a lot more trouble than the Brazilians were. That might be for other economic reasons, but yeah. Yeah. Well, I think in general the Latin American common roster is more known for its stronger melee attacks, and then the nation state ones are known for more damage across the board but less HP. They're sort of like glass cannon military, but usually not to the extreme. Some units, though, yeah, they fit that bill like 100% perfectly, but yeah, you get the idea. Viringo, with all this time on his hands, is going to have enough coin to go to H3 himself. Berneros only cost wood, so you can actually acquire more Berneros without actually hurting your age up times or your Vil production, which is really great, As long as you have the wood to keep up with the housing and to train the unit themselves, you can make infinite Berneros, and that's why it's always good to have your Andy in combat, your Andy in attack, and your Andy in hit points. These are some really value upgrade cards for the Peruvians, Not so much the naval infantry ones because you don't quite know when you're going to make them. So, yep, in general, Andy in combat, it's going to be very good for you, If the devs want to, they could even start adding the Pardos into that card, And then I think Peru would be looking even more confident, You'd have even more stuff to take advantage of, really. Yep, taking out the Explorer there. Nation-state explorers do literally die when you take them out. They don't sort of just sit there on the floor for a half hour like they sprained their knee or something. They literally just turn into a statue that you can siege down. And that statue for their own team will basically improve movement speed and rate of fire. So it's best if you can take out the statue from the deceased explorer, if you can. Going with the Irish wave now. Mixing Irish with Japanese. This seems to be one of the more palatable combos that Viringo does in his matches. It's quite good because you get that nice food source at the start so you can stay more at home. And then H3, then you can start tapping into more of the good stuff that the Irish get, right? I will say, though, that I don't necessarily always think that Irish and H3 are the best. I prefer H2 Irish and H4 Irish. H2 Irish have an upgrade to your mills or your haciendas called potato farming. And then H4 is when you start to be able to get a saloon and start to train a new mercenary, the Fenians, which are great maneuver units. That's at least where I think the Irish are at their peak. But you could... I don't think any of their techs are particularly bad, so you can get them at 8 point. I just think that's kind of the best way to do it. We see 3 artisanals coming in now. Probably is going to want to get a foundry too and start upgrading them. Early artillery upgrades are very cheap. Only 100 food and 100 wood. They're like sort of no-brainer techs you should always have. Unless you're like totally bankrupt with no food or wood. Getting veteran on the Bonero first, good idea. He's already veteraned up, right, between his recruits and his Hajuks as well. Starting to add in the Grenzers. Now, the Grenzers, they might seem like an ordinary skirm, really, at first glance. But the thing you gotta realize is the nation-states get a arsenal tick that gives their skirmishers 2 additional range. Thus, these Grenzers actually having a range of 22, which, if you remember Definitive Edition properly, is almost the same as like the Forest Prowlers in Definitive Edition. So, quite a lot of kiting potential there. Especially against these Berneros, The only thing they'll save Viringo from that is like his amass ability of these Berneros because of their wood-only cost. What about porting Wars of Liberty to Definitive Edition? That's going to cost money. We talked about that today, actually, in the Discord. We talked about potentially porting Wars of Liberty to Definitive Edition, what that would entail. What I said was, you're going to need money for that. You know why you're going to need money for that? Number one, I think some of the Wool devs said, yeah, we'd like to be compensated for that because that's a huge undertaking. But let's say you would want Wool to move to Definitive Edition in a timely manner as to not affect the release of new civs and immigrants and reworks and stuff. Yeah, in order to stay on track with all that and go off without a hitch, you would basically need to pay a lot of money to probably even get outside help, from other modders like Kados and stuff to come in there and start helping because, a lot of the code that Wars of Liberty uses is from the unhard code patch. So a lot of it would have to be retranslated into the engine that Definitive Edition uses with Age of Mythology Retold. So, that'd be a lot of trial and error to see, alright, we can bring this feature over, we can't bring this one over. Or we can keep this feature, we just have to recode it this way. Yeah, I'm assuming because of how flexible the Age of Empires 3 Definitive Edition engine is with a lot of these new civs we're seeing and the Age of Pirates stuff is, we very well could see all the features coming over without a hitch, Maybe even better features, Yeah, wouldn't that be awesome? Oh yeah, I think so. But yeah, if you have the money to get the Wool team to do it, give them an offer and say how much you're going to give them. They'll happily do it. I guarantee you. But I don't think they're doing it for free. And if they are doing it for free at some point, it's either going to be because they're forced to, because Microsoft would literally be shutting down, people's access to the game on Steam, which would be totally corrupt and probably, be a horrible business move to do. Or, just because the Wool dev fall in love with D and want to move it over there. Yeah, but even in that situation, it'd take a lot of time unless there's money behind it. So, hey, if you get this Streletsy channel, really good, to the point that I'm making $100,000 a year off of this thing, of this project, I will pay for it myself. I could tell you that. If I'm making really good income from this channel and you're supporting me and bringing in money for me, that could potentially be something I could pay towards, actually, is getting this mod into Definitive Edition. I'd happily do it, But if we could get some other donor, that'd be great before then, It's just going to cost money to do. Yeah. But, yeah, if my channel was at the point where I was making good profits on it, it would actually be in my sort of, business interest to start funding the port over to the new platform, because this is, one of my main sort of bringers into the channel is through Wars of Liberty, a mod that's been worked on and played for probably close to almost 20 years now, 2 decades. Yeah, quite a long time. I don't think it's quite 2 decades, but it's definitely been a while. It's definitely been a long time. Because remember, the Wars of Liberty has been around since the days of War of the Triple Alliance. That was the first ever rendition of Wars of Liberty. So, if you count all that history, Wars of Liberty has been around a very long time. And for many of you, for a major portion of your existence, Wars of Liberty has been around. I don't think we're quite at the time yet where people are so young that Wars of Liberty is older than them, but who knows? It could be possible, depending on what the age is, Maybe when you're little fetus running around in there, maybe there was War of the Triple Alliance at that time. Who knows? Yeah. Good timing attack by Nick. Going after the fort right now. Good. Just watch out. Watch out for that artillery. Thankfully, he got his honor guards right in there. Viringo should have moved them a little bit further up, right up against the wall of that foundation of the fort, because now he gave the honor guards a chance to start cutting into his artillery, and now he doesn't have any. Now he's totally relying on the Paneros for his defense, and he has to play another game of kiting, cat and mouse kiting, and try to wipe out all these recruits at the very least, and hope that they can scare off the border guards as well. or the Grenzers. They used to be called border guards, and now they're called Grenzers. So I kind of alternate between the two, what they call them usually. Yeah, see, now he does have that upgrade, so they are up to 22 range right now. I would like to donate somehow. You should crowdfund the project. I would like to donate somehow. Yeah, I don't know anything about that, though, so if you'd like, you could always message me on Discord about getting something like that set up. That'd be a pretty cool idea, and it looks like Labby Joester has joined us. He's another fellow Wars of Liberty Wolero who plays the mod often, so welcome aboard with all these casted games today. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I think the main advantage of getting Wars of Liberty into the 5th edition would be, you know, increasing the volume of players. That would be the best part of that. You know, if it could be done successfully in a timely manner, yeah, I think ideally you would have a larger player base. I know some pretty high-level players like Revnak and stuff that said, you know, if you had Wars of Liberty on the 5th edition, I would play it. I would actually put time into learning and competitively involved in it, you know. So the player base is there. It just takes the money to move it across the finish line, you know. So if anybody has any ideas to make it happen, let me know. That could be done. Making the vivenderas bonitas muy bonitas, see? What sets these skirms apart from normal ones is the fact that they heal your units. They're not quite as strong as normal skirms, just because they have that special healing ability. They're like sort of like pre-skirms, really. Yep. I mean, you can look at the stats right here. Not a lot of HP compared to them now. Like, clearly not. Damage-wise, about the same, but HP-wise, nowhere close. Yeah. Basically. So he's got to be really careful not to lose these. Try and micromanage it really well. Yeah, I mean, I think at this point you're in real deep doo-doo when your barracks are being sieged down. You don't have bluffs. Does he have a TC set up anywhere? Yeah, this is the map where Viringo likes to hide in these little crevices here and stick town centers on them. Yeah, he's very sneaky about that. He really is. He did that to my game when I was Argentina, remember? He had, like, this secret area where he was spamming Pardos and sieging my buildings and stuff. Yeah, you gotta watch out for Viringo on this map. He'll come out of anywhere and start causing more problems in your base if you're not watching out for him. You gotta keep the pressure on all the time and be scouting around knowing where to hit next or maybe where to hit at the same time. Yeah, I mean, I think you can get that town center down with an army of this size. Serbia, that is. Putting up a stable. I don't know what you're going to get with that. I mean, I think at this point, I mean, I could be wrong. Let's look at the cards. Let's look at the tarjetas. He has sent the Iron Regiment. This is the card where if your recruits start dying, all the nearby ones gain more hit points and attack. Once this card is sent out, it's really a tough sell. You know what I mean? It really is a tough sell trying to, you know, win a match. Because once you get enough of these recruits up, cavalry like the Escolta and the Lanceros sort of just lose their touch. And they no longer really accomplish anything, you know? And he's going to try to double it up by shipping in the Horse Grenadiers from the South Liberty Expedition. Gives you about 5 guard upgraded Horse Grenadiers, not just veteran, but guard upgraded ones. So, quite strong overall. And of course, with the barracks, you can just keep spamming up arrows because of how cheap they are with their reasonable wood costs. It's going to just keep trying to mass those up too. Yep. I think he's going to keep trying to hit and run with the Horse Grenadiers, because otherwise he's just going to throw them very quickly. Yep, there you go. Very easy cleanup on aisle 5. Yeah, basically these horse grenadiers only throw their grenade once, and then they have a cooldown period of like 60 seconds before they can throw the next one, and then they just start acting like a hussar then. So yeah, can't really throw them into the fray too easily, you know. You gotta kind of have to gauge what to do, whether you want to throw the grenade and then retreat, or, you know, you gotta like pay attention to them, otherwise you lose them very easily. Unless they're going up against purely skirms. If you're going up against purely skirms, horse grenadiers are great against that. Looks like another mass has joined the group. Some more Grenzers and even some Slugjas. What are they called? Zajgas. Yeah, Zajgas. These are basically Serbian sailors, so Serbian naval infantry. And as you know, all naval infantry or naval skirms are different than normal ones, because instead of like anti-heavy infantry and dragoon, they get anti-artillery and anti-siege. Yeah, so good against cannons, good against grenadiers, rams, mantlets, anything like that at all. And tanks, yeah, really good against tanks too. And they, instead of like normal skirm armor or pierce, they actually get crush armor, so they can actually tank the cannonballs, which is quite powerful actually. Yeah, just massing up, uncontested really. Seems to be the theme here right now. I think Viringo's just going to try to draw this out as much as he can and try to add in escoltas and infantry and just try to, you know, see if he can get a sneak in, you know. What Viringo likes to do is he likes to like mass up like 50, 60 Pardos, and when you think you're winning, he'll come into your base and like wreck your town center and like half your houses and stuff because you're not, you know, pursuing him enough. I mean, I don't know if he thinks he's going to win from that, but it does do a lot of damage, you know. I think if you obviously were totally AFK and didn't have any means to get army there at all, yeah, he could potentially win from doing that and wipe out all your vills, but at the same time, you know, your vills will just take off, worst case scenario, if they know the whole base is going to get cooked by a bunch of spearmen. Yeah, see, now he's going to go back to his base, and this is going to give Viringo another shot at, like, massing up and everything. Combining escoltas with brineros, yeah. Do we see any movement towards the old base? Doesn't look like it, but he does have some musketeros stationed around there. Town center going up on this side. Yeah, Viringo really likes to spread out on this map. And because of all the little cliffs, the little choke points, it's a great map to do it on, too. So we got Grenzers with Recruits and Slugjas. Labby, it's the best. Yeah, Labby. Labby. Listo. 1,000 coin. It's going to actually try to age up now. Okay. Let's see how this goes. I don't think he's going to have any time to age up, honestly, because now Nick is going full throttle for him. Still impressive to see the scores so close still, you know, I mean, it's not super close, but the fact they're still within 189 does speak volumes. Yeah, I mean, at this point, Serbs can just focus on massing up. If they still haven't won yet, then they can go up to age 3 and start getting the guard upgrades. Age 4, I mean, to get the guard upgrades and just seal the deal. Yeah, I think so. Musketeros, a little bit of rating there is going to definitely help him a little bit. Yeah, yep, you see a divot in the score there, so he is closing the gap a little bit. Get in the crop villages too, the ones working on the crops, wheat thins, yeah. I think that's a lot of damage. That's a lot of damage, and you're going to need some Flex Seal spray to deal with that. Oh, yeah. I mean, you could come around and get these ones, too. Is that what we're going to see? Going to see that Mushatero stuff? Yep, we're going to get that one wiped out. Oh, yeah. Look at that one. So, going to wipe these ones out? Mm-hmm. We'll see. Where's Viringo's resource stockpile at? He's not doing too bad. You know, he can actually afford to Skolthus still. Still adding in assault units, yeah. Is he going to wipe these peasants out too? If he does, that's quite good. It's definitely keeping Nick's score down. That is happening. Yeah, he's going to wipe these fills out too. Right here. Right there. Yep. He's stalling time, too. That's the big thing. He's stalling himself time. If he keeps raiding him like this, he's literally stalling himself time against the Serbs. Who, right now, do not have a lot of resources. Yeah, just stall him out, man. Just keep stalling him. Stall him like Joseph Stalin. Just keep stalling him. The more you stall yourself time, the easier I think you're going to have with... Always going to get more peasants right here. Look at that. He's putting a town center right here, too. So, I mean... No, he's just going to keep leading him around. I thought this was going to be a Viringo town, so I'm like, oh, that could be a problem. No, that's a Serb one. That's a Serb one. Now more Skoltas with the Boneros. If he gets enough assault, I mean, he could potentially wipe them out right out the way they are. I mean, but I would add in some more units. I mean, I'd get some more houses going, get some artillery. I would make sure I have enough to deal with the Serbs, you know? Because I could totally see, you know, Serbs getting wiped out right now because Serbs do not have a lot of stockpile on their resources. Raiding over here, too. More villagers falling. I mean... At first, it looked like Viringo was out for the count, but now Viringo might win by war of attrition right now. This is really something interesting. You know, I'm used to Viringo's tactics, so I don't think I would fall for it that bad. But it looks like Nick might be in for a real treat here. If he loses his army, he's done. Actually, let's make that obviously clear here. If he loses this army. If this San Patricio can comes out, which is statistically the same as a Falk, and really messes up this army, Viringo wins, you know. Doesn't matter if he has map control. They has a fort and a town center. Serbs' resources are just not looking great right now. Not at all. So, I mean, I think he's going to wait for this can to come out, wait for some more units to come in, and then he's just going to go full throttle into him. He's got plenty of assault. He's got plenty of assault to just do the necessary melee damage. Especially if these recruits spread out and they get hit by the Skoltas individually. Oh yeah, I mean, look, the fighting is already beginning right here. Cannon is going to come and it's going to start firing at the infantry. The more shots you get in with this artillery, I think, yep, it depends on micro. Yep, get them, set them right there. Now you got a good advantage. Like, look at all the damage these Skoltas are going to start doing to the recruits. It's going to be a nasty situation. Look at all that damage. Oh, yeah. I think Viringo won this one. He did great. Awesome. He just won the game. By war of attrition. This is beautiful. That was a beautiful Viringo win right there. He lost his town center, but he did not give up, and he ended up winning it. Because he just fought better. Oh, yes. I mean, he can keep spamming these Boneros into the ends of the earth. So, there's definitely more army on the way here if Nick wants to draw this out. No, see, he doesn't have the resources to make up for that loss. He should have just gotten some maneuver units to deal with the Skoltas. Or did he know about the Skoltas? That maybe Viringo hid them well, you know? Yeah, if he had some maneuver that wiped out the assault, I think, yeah, Nick might have been in better shape. But Viringo just had that better economy because of his rating. That was good rating by Viringo. Excellent rating, actually. That was a very back and forth ping pong style match, and that's usually the best ones. That was a very even match right there. I think the first game I thought Nick might be a lot better than Viringo, but Viringo figured his way out on this map. At least a non-competitive map. This is not an ESOC map, so it's not considered tournamentable, but it is an okay Wars of Liberty map to play on, for fun. Oh yeah. So yep, now we're going to boot into the next one. Let me see here. What's the next one going to be called? What's the next match? Alright, so what's this match going to be here? Oh, wow, even Gilder's uploading games as well. Wow, we're going to have a huge collection here, Dave. I don't know if we'll get to it, but maybe that'll be a good one to do into next week. So now we got Aggressive Policy by Cappy. Koreans and Germans versus Germans and Swedes. That should be an interesting one. Alright, let's see. Aggressive Policy. They should just call it the Cappy policy because Cappy is good with timing attacks. So yeah, that's basically just a Cappy policy there. Who are the players? I'm kind of curious, actually. I think I know who the Germany might be. So it's Cappy and Goimistan versus Dragon and Fufi. This is going to be a hard one. Pampa Sierras. Yeah, I like this map. You got sort of like the desert side of it here that's nice and dry and cracked with all the animals and mines on it. And then here you have the little grassy area where the Mapuche are. You also have some ink on the middle section. And then you have the nice cliff side over here where it's all elevated and you basically can put some nice walling up and defend it, There's a lot of good parts of this map. It's really well-varied piece of geography. So, who's going to win this one from the get-go? I think probably Cappy. Goimistan's team is going to win this one. Mainly because I know both of those players, Goimistan and Cappy, they are, really high-level players for this Age of Empires committee, at least the Wars of Liberty one. You've seen Goimistan on Age of the World, right? Yeah, this is the same one from Age of the World. He is really good with build orders, consistent gameplay. This is like an overpowered team right here. I don't know if Fufi is going to be able to hold this out with Dragon. But it really depends on... that's it. Cappy called it aggressive policy. Cappy is going to play with his timing attacks. He's not going to give Dragon time to grow his stuff. Dragon likes to go for sort of the industrial age Krupp factory... engineering school heavy artillery spam with the Krupp factories and the regular factories. I don't think Cappy has that on his bucket list today. He's going to want a much quicker, cleaner win here. So I think we're going to see a very clean attack here that's very successful. At least from the looks of it. Yeah. I think Cappy's probably going to go mass line infantry, and Goimistan's going to go for Myung archer. Archers with muskets. Very good combination. It's generally the best way to do Germany with Korea usually. As for Sweden, Sweden's probably just going to try to mass up a lot of Beveringers perhaps. But I have seen Fufi do a lot of Hussar stuff too. So he might try to go after the Korean archers a bit more. If that happens, Korea can just as easily pivot into the spearmen and double up on anti-cav. So it's going to be a really fascinating one to see how this turns out, really. Yeah. One thing you always have to keep in mind with the Germans is these are not the same Germans from the Legacy game or Definitive Edition. They don't have the free Uhlans with cards and stuff, the wagons and all that, German type stuff. Nah. They basically have all the British bonuses, Royal Guard, muskets, and hussars. They get the manor boom, so these houses are called Mites Caserns, or whatever they are, Mites Cairns, I usually call them. They give you a free villager every time you build one of them. And then they get the Krupp factories, which produce artillery for free over time, but cost about 5 population space. So this is a much more industrialized and urbanized Germany than the one that you're used to. Yeah, and as such, they're great at booming, and they're good fighting. You know, Germany has some good army, really good military. You know, they get the Royal Guard, Musket, and Hussar benefit of the Brits, but they're even stronger, arguably, because at least the infantry is. I think the British Hussars would technically be stronger than the German Turmkops, but in terms of musketeer stats, Germany can turn their line infantry into the Maykoffers, which is the Royal Guard. Then they get advanced arsenal. They get 2 upgrade cards in the home city form, so a little bit under the British. But then you realize there's a card in Age 4 for the Germans called the needle gun, which basically gives those line infantry rate of fire improvement. And as such, the German musketeers, if you will actually shoot faster than any other musketeers in the game. So almost closer to have like an archer almost. So yeah, that is not quite as fast as an archer, but it's definitely up there. It's definitely up there. Grand Palace for Korea. This is always a no-brainer. You should never get anything else other than this unless you're going super rush for whatever reason. Fufi going with the Landman Party now, and the Aristocrat. No Foreign King, I see. I like going for the Foreign King just so I can get cheaper allotments for my Torp and my Roostal. But that's sort of like a mid to late gamey setup. Not really a late gamey setup, but it's more of like an early mid game setup. So yeah. Getting the Hoblich plan. This is the same clone as the British Virginia Company, just to make those manor houses cheaper, bringing them from a cost of like 125 down to a cost of, like 89 or whatever it is. Yeah. So what's the cost on right now? So they're about 135 right now. Is that the? Yep, that's the same, I believe, as let me remember. 88 wood. No, I think that's the cost of Asian Dynasty's manors, I believe, right? Yeah, I think so. Unless I'm mistaken, I don't know. Yeah. Because I know in Definitive Edition they end up nerfing the manor costs to make it slightly more expensive to sort of deal with the British musketeer booms in that game. Because they felt the British were just too overwhelming to deal with. Yeah. Now, let's see where... Oh, yep, it's a Cappy timing attack forward base right over here with the line infantry. And the Korean barracks is down too, making archers, I'm assuming, yep. Yep, young archers. These things are really good. These are basically statistically the same as British longbowmen, so they have great rate of fire and outranged skirmishers. Very powerful unit. Very, very powerful unit. And then there's even a team card actually, that actually increases their range even more to, I think, a range of 24. So they are really great at just sniping stuff from long range and very quickly too. See, they're already going for the assault. They're already going, and they're already blasting through everything. Like, this is literally a blitzkrieg right here, a literal one. A total big time attack. Going after the volunteers. And now they're going to take those ones out. Yep. Ah, good. Good attack. Denying the barracks. They might deny his barracks. I think we got a win in less than 10 minutes here, folks. That's the difference between Cappy games and other people's games. Cappy, if he's going up against a weaker opponent, will just win in less than 10 minutes. Kind of like HV9 in Definitive Edition when he's doing deathmatch. Like, it's totally possible to see games that end in like 3 to 4 minutes sometimes. They're like, what? Yeah, it totally happens. Never counted out. Yeah, definitely. Never counted out. Yep, and then we're going to see this. Ah, perfect. Yeah, wow. Good attack. Those Cappy attacks are very rarely survivable when they happen. You're better off on his team than not on his team when he does these things. The Cappy way. That was a pretty good... Oh, yeah. Good one. Very nice. Ah, yeah, Foofy's already out. They just have to go after Dragon now. Stoletzi approved. Stoletzi approved rush. I think it's one of the most cancerous rushes you could do, Germans with Koreans in this game. Maybe the worst one would be like Ottomans and Koreans. That would be like the worst one to do. But yeah, same point. Yeah, that was a brutal one. I mean, I don't even think we even have to look at the post game there to know what happened. That was like a total... I don't even know what to call it. That was a very powerful one. Quite a powerful one, actually. Quite impressive. Quite impressed with that one, definitely. So what are we doing now? What's the next one called that we got here? So the next one we got is called 3x3 Lokochun. So we got Central America, Brazil, and Germany versus Japan, Korea, and the Ottomans. Now, that sounds like a fun wombo combo. Let's see how that turns out. Let me see here. I think it's L for Lococo. Oh, bonito. What is it called again? Just want to make sure we got the right name. Oh, it's 3x3, so it's a number first. So I have to move it all the way over here. 333 Lococan. So who is who here exactly? I'm assuming Cappy's going to be the Germany because that's the Cappy main civ. So Cappy, Foofy, and Rommel versus Goimistan, Dragon, and Pablo. That's actually, I mean, I think that's an okay team, you know. Goimistan, skilled player that can lift up the rest of the team there. Yeah. Dragon playing the Ottomans. Now, that's pretty interesting. We don't usually see him play the Ottomans that much, so maybe something's... Yeah, you probably want to start hurting a bit quicker there, son. Just... Yeah, alright. Yeah, well, good move doing it that way, but you just want to do that a little bit faster next time. Because you got to be really on top of this stuff. Again, the mosque next, good idea. Just like the mosque in Definitive Edition, this will trickle XP for you, like other church buildings do in this game. So, I mean, yeah, you're going to be able to get your shipments a bit quicker out that way. And who are the teammates again? You got Korea. Goimistan is Korea. That's going to be a really strong player helping you out. And then you have Pablo with the Japanese. I mean, in terms of civs, these are all S-tier civs. These are all S-tier civs. But are they S-tier players? I don't think Dragon is. Goimistan definitely is. Foofy is definitely very competitive. So it's going to come down to Foofy and Goimistan on that team. As for the other side, you got Cappy with Germany. You got, let me see, you got, oh, you got Foofy. Oh, no, they have Pablo on their team. My bad. I thought that was Foofy over here. Like, no. Well, I think Pablo is pretty strong too. He's about on par with Fufi, so not too much of an assessment there. You got Fufi with Central Americans, and then you got Rommel with Brazil. I mean, here's the thing. I mean, Rommel. I think Rommel's Brazil actually got completely destroyed by Viringo's Peru, didn't it, last week? So I mean, yeah, I think it's going to be Fufi and Cappy versus Goimistan and Pablo, I believe, with Rommel throwing in a little bit more weight than Dragon in this one. Yeah, just because Brazil was a bit slower. That's the only reason, I think. Infinite 300 coin. I don't know about that. I'd rather get Eco Theory. If it was up to me, I'd rather get Eco Theory or Rum Distillery. Just because this, what is the coin even doing for you? What is the coin even going to do for you? You already got 15 villagers, right? You're not going to go age up with like 18, right? That would be too greedy and would put you at risk of getting pressured. Well, normally in the 1v1 or 2v2, it's a 3v3 and he is in the pocket position, so I'm thinking, yeah, he might be able to get away with like 18 bills, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the coin is even supposed to do there. I'd rather have Eco Theory that just adds up over time. Or the Rum Distillery. Eco Theory for the Juanito Sids is called Extractivism. It's a different icon, different name, same effect. So yeah, what immigrant though? German? Yep, German wave. Everybody goes with the German wave. Everybody loves big giant soft pretzels with mustard on October, and I do too, so I approve this message. So yeah, honestly, I would say probably with Brazil, you might want to consider going Italians. Why I say Italians? Because Italians have technologies that improve your agriculture, which as a Brazil Civ is like your specialty. Yeah, so you should want to get Trattoria in Age 2 to improve your mill gathering. And then in Age 4, get the vineyards to improve your plantation gathering. I think Age 3 Italians is pretty weak. And then you can sort of maybe go for Confederacy, Germany, or Japan, depending on what you're looking for. Japan will give you the dojo. Germany will give you 3 coin works. And then Confederates will just give you that late game advantage in terms of unit variety, in terms of immigrants, right? So yeah. Has your Spanish immigrants, right? So you got the Spanish immigrants option as well. We have not seen any of those yet today. I think the main reason is because they're microscopically bugged by Bugston to the point that, you can't necessarily use them the way they were naturally intended to, because from what I heard, you're supposed to be able to make the Croyos at Age 2, thus have an option of constantly shipping in European line infantry just under the Ole Santiago skin and everything. But yeah, since they're in Age 3, it kind of destroys the point of getting the settlement early, and thus, yeah, it's probably why Rommel's using coin or whatever. But still, I would rather just do Extractivism first and then Rum Distillery next. Yeah, if I was to go double card, I'd rather just go single card and then just ship crates or units in Age 2 and respond appropriately to what the team needs. Yeah, that's my take on it. Now, Central America, very, very good economic civ. They're better on natural resources. You see, there's this guy here, the Calatelo, who boosts the gather rate of the nearby vills on animals. And denoted by that sort of like green and yellow ring around them. Yeah. That's basically it. And then, of course, Cappy, of course, is going to be going Manor Boom since he's Germany here. A very economic booming team, I would say. As for down here, Japan, certainly a booming civ. Armaments can be, depending on how you set them up. What about Korea? So there's a lot of economic potential on both teams here, A lot of economic potential. I would say slightly more in favor of the Cappy team in terms of their economic boom potential, but with Japan and Korea on your team, it's quite looking good in terms of score, Yeah, exactly. Now, what do they do? So, Dragon is actually going Abyss Rush from over here. He's trying to set one up. He's got a Foundry here with an outpost. He should not be doing that alone. Yeah, he should be doing it with his friends and family. His friends, family, Goimistan and Pablo. If he does it by himself, he's going to get completely... let's say it's not going to be great. Yeah. He's bringing in coin. He's constructing a house right now, right? So is he going to stay in H2 or is he just going to... see, Cappy's already got the timing attack on his Foundry. He's already starting to siege away at the thing. So, I mean, this might be a very bad move, Mr. Dragon Boy. Mr. Fire Breather, this might not be good. Yeah, I mean, is he going to get a batch of Abyss out? Probably. He really should have that outpost, like, aimed at those infantry and trying to clean up some of those. Yeah, I don't think he coordinated well with his team at all. He just sort of stuck a Foundry up there like, oh yeah, I'm going to rush him with Abyss Gunners because I see Juanito can't be doing all the time, all the tiempo. And it's like, yeah, it's great, but you need to do it as a team because now they get their run on you and now you're in trouble. If you have like the whole team there training stuff with you and protecting the site, yeah, well, you'd be fine. But now you got Cappy who's going to beat you in speed all the time and he's sieging away at you. Yeah. That whole fort, but that, you know how much wood that was lost? 300 wood from an artillery foundry? That's a lot of wood being lost, you know? They could have went into houses in your base, could have went into an FF, again, a second town center. You lost a lot of stuff there as the almonds, you know? Really, that was a huge loss. He has a team. You should send the team card to everybody, so at least everybody else is going to be a little bit more prepared for what happens here. Oh, yeah. So are they trained military? Well, Korea's going to do the archers, the Myungyungs. Japan's going to do the Shigumas. Pretty good setup, I think, from them. Now, Cappy seems to be going out all on his own. And, oh, no, it looks like Fufi is doing the Outlaw Rush, the Manyoso. He's doing the Manyoso Mass. These are the some of the Central American outlaws, the Manyosos. So what they are is they're basically a form of assault infantry, I guess. So like a Mushitero. But they have multipliers against mercenaries, heroes, and native warriors. But if you have the Caudillo near him, the colonel, they actually become decent assault units, yeah. Like 25 melee, 312 HP. That's a pretty decent stat for a one-pop assault infantry. That's not bad at all. Trust me. Not bad at all. So, I mean, I guess the Alucard Manyosa build still works even after they nerf the unit down. I mean, still a good, reasonable strat. Because, see, the Central Americans get this card called the Livingston Code that will basically reduce the pop cost of outlaws by 1, so they end up going down to a pop cost of like 3 instead of 4, and thus become more massable. Yeah, because that's the point of outlaws. They're basically mercenaries that instead of being strong and useful are cost efficient and cost inefficient and cost more pop and stuff. Yeah, basically. Some mounted skirms by Rommel there too. The Cazador Montados. Good combo there. Good thing to cover each other with. Watch out for the Byungguns, or whatever these called. They call them Byungyungs usually. These are anti-assault. They actually do about 66 pierce against an assault unit like these. So, I mean, if he's not careful, these could get completely shredded. Yeah, basically. He is trying to protect them with the Caudillo Gonzalez, which is the colonel. This guy is basically a secondary hero the Latin American civs can train from their town hall. As he's a hero, once you make him, he's never going to die. You have to revive him and stuff. He can train outlaw units and boost them up with this aura here, which you see right there. And every civ, except for Brazil, can train up to 3 outlaws. Brazil can make up to 4 outlaws. So, yeah. Basically, if you like outlaws a lot, you're going to like the Juanito civs. They got some really good ones, too. Like the Manioso, the Matrero, the Plegidor, and some other ones as well. Oh, look at that! Oh, no! Oh! 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 No, you could have moved it. That was a town center. That was a covered wagon for a town center. Can you believe that? Can you believe that? Wow, that's a good way to lose the score. And that was Gormastan's too. He really threw that one. That was bad. Got hunted down by the Mandados. That was, wow, I didn't expect that from him. He's usually very skilled with that stuff. That was a big throw. That was a big simp throw, yeah. Maybe he wants Juanita Capi as his disposal. Who knows? It's his Juanita Bonita. Yeah, that'd be my only explanation for that. Yeah, oh yeah, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, you can tell now that the Cappy team is really in a good position to start rushing here. I mean, they got assault and heavy infantry, and then Rommel providing some support, mounted skirms. So, I mean, again, all their bases covered in terms of the roster here. Ooh, Fire Lancers. Fire Lancers are not going to be that great against these Maniosos, but they might be good against the line infantry, so you might want to focus more on that. Rommel is using his Krupp steel can from his second German immigrant age up to basically start sieging this town center from afar. Yeah, Gormastan's under a lot of heat here. He lost one covered wagon, or one covered rickshaw or whatever, and now he's losing another town center to this cannon while this battle's taking place. This is really not looking too great. No, not at all. And now Cappy's at his... There's different phases of Cappy Germany. There's the line infantry phase, and then there's the phase when he can start adding hussars. And once he's in that phase, you're in the game over phase, because then you're going to end up in the phase 3 when he adds skirms in, and ships in Ulons and Knesses, and then at that point it's the point of no return, really. So yeah, best of luck to you, son. It's not going to end well. Going after him with the katanas. But he has the Montados to arrive right in time to save the thing. If you aim it right, Rommel, you might be able to save the cannon. Yeah. I don't know why he let that thing just go. He could have just kept hunting it. I think he had enough to do it, right? Yeah. Alright, well, it's going to retreat back now, looks like. And from here, they're just cleaning up, I think. Cappy's going to need a more definitive wave, I think, to get this going. These are veteran, right? Veteran line infantry, veteran hussar. Cappy is probably going to... nope, no skirms. Because, see, in this situation, Cappy doesn't need the skirms because he's got Brazil to do that for him. So he can just focus on his favorite unit, the line infantry or musketeer, to do his combat here, really. Especially considering he's got more food than coin right now. He's got more tacos than he does dollars in his wallet, from the looks of it. Eco Theory, that should be a good boost. Hwacha from Korea. How are the Ottomans doing? Well, it looks like the Ottomans are the most devastated here. Can they contribute much to the... yeah, well, they has enough coin to add in Abyss Gunners, shipped in the Mamluks. Does not have any Safahi shipments, though. That's one thing I would consider there to help out. You know what I mean? Like, some assault units would be pretty good here, especially with the lack of maneuver that the enemy team is using. Basically force them on Dragoons, units, or Dragonojos or something. Which would, you know, change up the battlefield quite a bit. Yeah. We'll see, though. Yep. Norquizo Murla. Are they? Well, Cappy's coming in from up here, and it looks like Brazil is more on this side. Yeah. Just paid attention to seeing if any raiding could occur over here at all. That's one thing to look out for. Yep, so veteran hussars are active, it looks like. Yep. I'm gonna start cutting in. Yeah. Pretty easy siege across the board. Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, I think in this situation, Cappy team is looking a bit nicer. Just because of the score differences here, yeah. Score differences are definitely showing quite a bit. Yeah, and I think that's going to make a huge difference down the road, yeah. Big time. Alright. Alright then. That's not what you want. Definitely keep the infantry together towards the base, because now they're going to pick off all this infantry of yours. Also, where are the Abiscars when you need them? Where are the Abiscars? These Abis should probably be up there facing the enemy. Because the Abiscars could be somewhat... Well, they're not going to be... They're actually not going to be as useful against mounted skirms, because if you look here... Abiscars actually have a full-blown malice against mounted units, including mounted skirmishers, so it's like, yeah, not as much damage as you think it would be. Like, if it was a dismount skirm, yeah, the Abiscars would go, Evet, Najum, and just completely wipe them out, but, yeah, being on top of a horse does have its advantages when going up against the Ottomans as a result, yeah. Quite interesting. So, yeah, we'll see, how this turns out over here, where it looks like they're going to push in with veteran skirms, line infantry, and hussars, and then the Brazil's going to add in their mounted skirms to help out. Yeah. Looks like another attack with the Maniosos, yeah, and a Calachurno. Cochorico, outlaw hand infantry, interesting. Looks like a Carboneer, yeah, a Carboneer unit from a long time ago, yeah. So what's the stats on these? So these are Scout. Oh, interesting, so 28 damage. Not bad, not bad at all. We'll say that. And the Maniosas are down. Oh, it's a Lepero too. Outlaw Spearman, good against cavalry. Ooh, definitely liking this. You know, I probably should consider... going with Central American Outlaws again. This might actually be an okay setup, yeah? What do you think? Did Fufi get the Livingston Code yet? Yes, he did. So these... Oh, yeah, this is not bad at all. Definitely not. I think the push up here is going to be much more substantial. Looks of it. Yeah, look at that. Look at that that Toshugu going down. That's gonna be huge. Huge win for him. Yeah, I gotta start looking at the outlaws at the different lampsets a bit more and start figuring out which outlaw builds are actually doable on a consistent basis. I think Central America can, and I believe Uruguay, Argentina can too. Because they get what, like the Plagueador and the Matrero? Yeah, I think so. Samurai. Ah, yes, the wonderful samurai. If only they could find their targets, though. Yeah, samurai good because they can deal actual multipliers against the mounted skirms that they couldn't against the dismounted skirms. Here's some Chong Tongs and Huaches to try to push them back. Looks like Guimastan went with the Chinese consulate because I see he's got Chukunu there. Yeah, it looks like they're just getting overrun by mainly Cappy's Hussar pushes. And the support of all the skirmish units there is just really plowing them ahead. Yeah. Just about. Now, the Great Dragon actually helped. Like, look at this army's guy. He's got, like, I think they pinged him like, son, are you gonna come over here? Got, like, this huge army of Abbas, 4 Falcons, and, like, 5 Mamluks just sitting to be used. They could really be defending, you know. Oh, yeah, I mean, make sure you use the Mamluks to try to defend the artillery and skirmish as much as possible. I think he might be able to clean out... Yeah, I think he can clean out these Hussars, at least. With that, yeah. Will alleviate some of the pressure. Cappy's just going to take out as much cans as possible and protect the skirms. Because now the skirms are going to be under assault there. Pablo already resigned. Pablo is already out for the count. Yep, that's not good. It's not good for their team. Really brings it down to Gormistan then. I don't think, well, if Dragon can play well, maybe he can get some pushback, but, we'll see. Alright, so now what do we got? So, production of barracks. Probably Germany, that's gonna probably seal the deal, I think, for their enemy team. Once you get Cappy, they're on the front lines with all those. Oh, and then he's gonna add the Krupp factories too, so he's gonna get free artillery here. Ideally, he's probably going to put on free falconets. So he's going to get falconets over time to add to his line infantry, and that's going to be a really good finisher here overall. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, honestly, I think it's going to be up. There you go. Get that down. Perfect. Perfecto. Juanito. Juanito perfecto. There you go. Oh, wait a second. These Abbas are actually doing quite well. Yeah. Never count out Abbas gunners. Abbas gunners with their crush damage actually can turn battles around. So if they can push really well... Oh, but that's the problem. Now it's a 2v3 and... Fufi is bringing in shock unit. Oh, no. That's not what you wanted. No. Mushatero with Manyoso. Oh, yeah, that's like a really bad mixture that you don't want. Oh, big time, yeah. Definitely don't want that. I think that's going to completely ruin the whole deal, yeah. So now they can't push until all these shock units are out from Fufi. Yep, and then they can, yep, just start pushing there. Yep, start one shot on the Matados. They better start pushing now, though. They don't have a lot of time. Cappy also sent the... what industry? Let me see what it's called again. I think it's Sion Industry or something. No, it's not that. It's called the Stuttgart Manufacturing. Yeah, basically it's a factory wagon with one of these heavy cannons. So yeah, it really does turn into a pretty GG-like situation. Cappy actually decides to go for Coves just to deal with the potential threat of either Korean or Ottoman artillery. So, actually going the anti-artillery route. And I'm also going to be doing the combat with the line infantry, which he is getting up to Maykoff, right? Maykoff for line infantry. Needle gun will probably come after textile mill, I'm assuming, right here. So yeah, I think that's what it's going to look like. Very good push there. Rommel shipped in some horse grenadiers, so he has a couple of those to join his Yanets and Cazador Montados. Zamira's lagging a bit. Yeah, I've noticed it's lagging a bit there. It's kind of moving a little bit sluggish. Yeah, a little bit sluggish. Very interesting. I think it's alright though, right? Yeah. Oh, going into mortars now, so Cappy's got in mortars for siege. Yeah. I think in this case, they're going to have to get through all the Japanese buildings first before they can really go for the next one. And where's Fufi striking from? So he's striking from here with Mosquiteros and more Manyosos. So toward that assault, he's just going full-blown assault. He's got like the splash one, he's got the Elwa one that's slightly stronger in damage. Iron Flail's raiding on the villagers there. The Aldinos. Yeah, but it's going to be scared off by those Manyosos, though. Definitely doesn't want to deal with those things in mass. Absolutely not. The Byungyungs, yeah, that'll be key for Gormistan to try to deal with the Fufi army. He could completely obliterate that Fufi army with those range units, yeah. Just is going to want to micro them well. Yeah, I think he can do it. Oh, he's getting surrounded. But he has another mass over somewhere over here. Oh, he's trying to... Oh, yeah. See, it's all this multitasking that's ruining him here. Yeah, can't afford to keep multitasking like that. He's getting spread out in multiple directions. And now Dragon's going to be supporting with the large massive Abyss Gunners, too. Unfortunately, because this is Wars of Liberty Ottomans, you can't just add Veteran and Guard upgrade onto them. So, I mean, they're basically just generic Age 2 Abyss Gunners. So, could use some more stats here, yeah. Definitely. Hopefully they rework the Civ at some point so they can, you know, have like a more upgradable roster. Actually, from what I understand, I think they're going to have like a roster you use in Age 2 and then one you unlock in Age 4, and there's going to be no upgrades on either one. Which I find a little strange, you know, it's a little bit sus, but I guess it's going to work out maybe. Who knows? Well, GG for Team Copy there. Good work. Or it'll be the last stand, I think, for him. GG, well played. Alright, so let's go on to the next one, I think. Yeah? I think that's good. Let's do it. We boot it up right now. Oh, wait a minute, wrong area. My bad. Right here. So what's this one going to be called? What's this match here? Look it up in Rec Games. Swev versus Arg. So maybe Metal versus Cappy. Yeah, let me see what that one's all about. It could be. I don't know. I mean, I think if Cappy has done Arg before. Oh, he's going to be the Sweden. I'm assuming, yeah, Mel's going to be the Argentina. Yeah. Alright, fair enough. The map is Tibet. This is basically the best ever King of the Hill map you could ever do because the fort spawns like right here and then you can sort of battle for it. But it's doable in 1v1 too. And team games. Main thing to know is all the trade route stuff is on the periphery of the sort of mountain here, if you want to call this structure a mountain. And then you obviously can go right for your enemy over the peak, or you can sort of stick on your side of the slope here and sort of go around that way. Yeah. I mean, in this matchup, I think Argentina usually can do well here. Mainly because Argentina has good tanky musketeers, whereas Swedish musketeers are more about Sonic speed. You're too slow type stuff. Yeah. Definitely. I think definitely once Argentina gets the Butcher's card into play and they have enough pastures, it's an easy Argentina grab, you know. But in that sort of early phase, if Sweden's really keen on getting their sawmills up and pressuring and using allotments, it could be a really very tight battle. Yeah. Definitely. What's interesting is down the road in H3, there's a card that actually gives the Bevrangers a melee multiplayer against heavy infantry. So, I mean, that's something else to consider, too, if it goes that far. We'll have to see, though. There's a lot of different possibilities in these types of matches of different things happening, usually. So you have to be on top of them 100%, usually. I think it's going to come down to Patricio versus Bivarengar, myself. We'll see, though. So, Cappy is starting with Colbert's and Food Trickle. That's usually what I start with, and then Lamar probably after that. His deck is more competitive 1v1 with Hussar, Bivarengar, and Volunteer Shipments. Has his crates, his coin crates, because you don't get any wood crates this Sweden, only food and coin. And then you have Norland Logging there to increase the build limit of sawmills. Got your bank. And then H3 just ship skirms and dragoons and win. Yeah. Livermentledvilhast. This is a very late game card usually to get, typically. Yeah, so what's the Mel deck looking like? So we got Cimberlone sent first, and what will be sent next? I'm assuming Butchers after that. Either that or then they'll go for 3 Gauchos. Maybe. In terms of H2, it's mostly crates. This is about the same crate setup I do with Argentina. You do 600, 700 wood, and then this amount of coin. Reason I do that is because I've realized there's some situations where you're going to want to get artisanal cannons in H2 as Argentina, and that's a great way to set that up. Is just having the 600 wood backup there in case you want to get more artillery out to add in with your Patricios. Because if you don't have that other wood crate card, it's just very hard to do. Yeah. Obviously, you need Cimarrones, Butchers, and Solideros to really have a really good setup as the ARGs in terms of their food economy with the herdables, right? So that's really important. Beyond that, has his mostly good improvements here. Tácticas de Guemas. I don't really... It does help make your Infernals train faster. That's the good part of this card, really. As well as allowing them to be trained from houses and towers. So, yeah, it makes them more spammable, basically. So if you want a lot of anti-cavalry spam, that's a pretty good card to get. But outside of that, I'd rather just have like some sort of unit shipment or, you know, something like that. Like Infinite Unad, Infinite Sculta, something like that. Then H3 and Infinite Volantes and Infinite Escoltas. Yeah. What will the immigrants be? Polish wave? And for Cappy, he is going up with the statesman, right? No, the foreign king. Oh, he's going for allotments. Yeah, foreign king makes allotments, I believe, 10% cheaper. So he's probably going to be going for some like sort of allotment-based spam. Now, why doesn't he have advanced torp? Because advanced torp will basically allow you to include more units in your allotments. Instead of 8 units, you get about 11 units from your infantry allotments. So, I mean, I would have personally done that, you know. But maybe Cappy was trying to max out on a lot of good cards here and just didn't. Yeah. I mean, I can't argue with any of these cards, really, but still. Definitely something worth looking at. Polish Wave is at the moment, I believe, the most popular starting immigrant for the ARGs. Before it was split, I think, between the Italians and the Polish, I believe. Yeah. Nowadays, it's better to just start Polish no matter what. You know why? Because these pastures in the latest patch were changed to fatten herdables 2 times faster than a livestock pen. And they calved basically the gather rate of villagers on the building. So, really horrible mill now, but an awesome livestock pen. And what do you get with the first age up is the Polish? You get about 3 free cows that you can put onto your pastures. And then you can train the Polish butcher workers. Every time you train one, you get a free cow with them. So, yeah, they definitely got milk. And your enemies will definitely get milked after doing that. Like a big moo, like that. Yeah, exactly. So, what is he getting? He's getting barracks. Yeah, this is the colony right there. Double barracks Patricio. I think that's very appropriate for this matchup. Has enough pop for him, right? Yeah. Well, now he's at the stage where he's got butchers. So now once one of these 500 food cows is totally fattened up, he should be ready to eat. Yeah, basically. And what else we got? Now, what does he send next is the question. He could do a lot here. He could get some more houses. He could start a line of the Grenadier immigrants there. Yeah, he's gonna get the wood, so he doesn't have to worry about infrastructure. He can basically worry about coin and food now. And just eating his animals, his moo-moos. Yeah. Have some nice hamburguesas and steaks and stuff. Yeah, definitely. I think he's just gonna mess up on the Patricios now, yeah, in his base. If it comes down to a wide mass of Patricios versus Viringos, I think the Patricios generally win that one just because of their HP. I mean, look at this HP. It's about 200, so it's quite good. I mean, it's just under the average answer, I believe, and hence why it's cheaper than a Jan. So, yeah, definitely a unit you don't want to mess with, really. Definitely not. Looks like the Swedish barracks and torp is right there. Let's see if we can actually pressure it at all and do anything to it. Could be interesting, to say the least. Oh, the bank. The Riksbank. So here. Yep, with that. Yeah, more Patricios. If you can take the bank, that's good. You wouldn't only be breaking the bank, you would actually stop his coin trickle. So see if you can take out that bank there. That would be a very powerful move indeed. Allotments coming in from Sweden. Gets about a pretty decent mass of them, right? But now he's used up a lot of his stuff, so he's going to have to wait a bit before he can afford another allotment. That's why he's backing up now, because he knows he probably can't fight too well on normal playing field and everything. Yeah. Now he's going to ship in some more Viringos too. Metal needs to get away from the town center if he's not going to be shooting anything or sieging anything. That's like a big rule. Like, yeah, see, this is where the 9.69 fingers joke comes from, because this poor Juanito here actually has only 9.69 fingers, and thus his micro can sometimes be a little different. Yeah, definitely. So come back here and like take out the barracks. That's a good idea, I think. Queuing in more Patricios, right? Gotta keep up with the program, man. Does he have... Oh, he's going full pasture. He should get the 600 wood next and just get some more infrastructure. Yeah, get like 6 more casas if possible. And that way you really don't have to worry about anything else, but just pushing in with the Patricios, honestly. Should be very easy once you do that. Right now is basically just takes out a settler. Not bad. Not bad at all. And you can start sieging away at the torp and the barracks. And you can go for the barracks. Uh, 600 wood followed by Solidaros. Solidaros simply makes all the cows you receive from the pasture semi-fattened. So it's a lot less time for them to fully fatten up and eat them. Yep. He's starting to make his butchers now. So wants those extra cows in reserve, probably. Cappy is in age 3. So he can do skirms, he can do the assault units now, so he better be careful here. Yep, 8 skirm plus that. Yeah, this is going to be very bad if you can't get to like 8. Well, here's the thing. If you're Argentina right now, this is when you want to get artisanal cannons, some sort of artillery. You know, to even out the playing field a bit. Because if you're just doing Patricio, that's not going to work. Escobatero's not going to work because of their lack of range. You're going to need some artisanal artillery. Artisanal artillery. Yeah, not artisanal cannon, artisanal artillery. Well, basically that. So, yeah. Yep, going into melee with the Beverlingars. I think in this case, the Patricios are more equipped to melee than... Yeah, like 13 melee. These got about 10. So, yeah. I think they went out pretty easily there. Probably just to keep them from dealing with the skirms. Then that's the retreat. Yeah, it's just going to retreat back in now, it looks like. Infernals. Yeah, that's probably your best option, your best bet at this point. Is Infernals. Mix that in with, like, the Patricios. You could also ship in about 4 Eulons with one of the technologies at the Polish colony, so that might be good, having some scout mixed in. Couple of Infernals with the 4 Eulons might be enough to basically pressure pretty hard there. Yeah. trying to find an angle with the skirms to basically do maximum damage here. Here's the assault units, the Hussartruppe. Slightly weaker than a Cuirassier, but also cheaper. Yeah. Oh, nice. Good infernal mass there to deal with some of the cavalry. Very nice. Now you're going to want to target down the other assault too. But yeah, you might have to push retreat now though, once the cav dies, yeah. It's going to be a bit hard though with all that cav pressing on you. Trying to go up to age 3 with whom? The second Polish wave. Yeah, good safety move there, because you don't think you're going to be able to fit a colony in an 8 time without the thing getting sniped by the skirms. Yep, it will arrive any second here. Two stables and arsenal. Yeah, they were until they got sniped by the skirms. Saves the 2 stables, thankfully, right? Stable 1, stable 2. Alright, yeah, those are the ones you really need. Don't really need the arsenal right now. Now, what can he do? Can he get, like, Grenadiers? Should get that Yuan shipment by now. Yeah, I mean, Horse Grenadiers, yeah, it's kind of, I don't know what you can do at this point. Yeah, it's kind of just like, yeah, I'm just going to ship the thing I got in my home city. Hope that it works. I guess. One for all that cab, yeah, the Horse Grenadiers would go really well here, but, to all that maneuver and assault, the Horse Grenadiers are going to have a hard time hitting their mark. And this is key to the Cappy strategy too, because if he lets Argentina sort of sit in their base and collect coin, they can get like 10,000 food or something crazy like that within so much time. Because those cows, they're easy to eat. You can make lots of hamburguesas very rapido with them, yeah. I think that's a GG for Cappy there. Bonito Cappy. See? Yeah, good attempt though by Args. I mean, that's push at the start was good, but I just think they could have managed it a little bit better there. You know, maybe take out the barracks first instead of the TC, and yeah, I don't know. It's never always yeah, it's never perfect all the time when you're playing tax and such like that. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. What was Eco like? I'm kind of curious. So, actually had more Eco score because of the food, right? Yeah. Coin wasn't too far away, but the wood was what Sweden specialized in the most, and a bit more coin. About Vils. What would have he had to do to this graph, you think, to actually... Yeah, I mean... Yeah, I don't know. How about military? military unit population. Yeah, I mean, I guess. Would it be yeah, I don't know. Another day, another dollar for Cappy. Yep, that's right. That's right. If you could ever have a dollar for every time Cappy won a match, you'd probably be richer than Trump is. Yeah, probably. You'd be richer than Trump if you had a dollar for every time Cappy won a match of Wars of Liberty. Guaranteed. That's not even exaggerating. That is actually 100% factual material. Yeah. So now we got Brazil versus Belgium 1v1. Rush B R. Rush B R. But the R is in the parentheses. So what's that mean? We'll find out now. Let me see right here. Rush BR. Rush Brazil. So Belgium's going to rush Brazil. Is that it? Well, we'll see. Definitely people are doing a lot of Brazil nowadays because they like the new slave trade block training, yeah. So Wololonick is using Brazil, and who is using, Kazan's using the Belgians. Kazan is a pretty well-drilled Belgian player, so we're going to have to see how this one turns out. Using the frontier wagon to make that trading post there very quickly. This is Tassili, so really you have about 2 trading posts in your vicinity you can get. And then if you move up a bit, there's 2 more on the enemy side too. This is basically a desert map with a lot of oases with trees surround them. It's almost like the Oasis map from Age of Mythology, you know, those big giant oases in the map named Oasis and had all the palm trees around. This is sort of the same thing really, so yeah. Kind of like a desert type map. The map on the 5th edition does have natives on it, I believe. I think it's Berber natives. But unfortunately, we do not have those just yet on this. So you kind of have to deal with it, really. It's about. It does have at Wars of Liberty huntables, though, the gazelles, basically. So what are the decks looking like here? So this is the Kaza deck. So you got 3 settler, you got the advanced TP and the fortified TP, you got 2 wood chopping, you got distributivism, wood trickle, eco theory, and just a lot of unit cards throughout the thing. You know, you got line infantry, hussar, volunteer, some of those coin costing shipments. Nothing in Age 4. No Sion industry. No factory. I guess this deck really is a rush deck then. Really meant to press the opponent very quickly. Yeah, so we'll probably see a lot of pressure out of this deck, I'm assuming. Yeah, that's what it's looking like right now. I really could go in any direction. Yeah, never can quite tell how it's going to turn out, really. So you see it to believe it. That's right. So what's the Brazil deck? Is the Brazil deck, you can see the same one that we saw for the Viringo match. From the looks of it, we got Serenastras, we got Extractivism, and then 300 wood. I don't know how I feel about 300 wood. I'd rather just have like a stronger H2 presence than... I don't know. Yeah. I think at least with Eco Theory, you're boosting up your hunting, your mining, and your wood chopping. So it can be a bit more responsive in all the other areas, really. Yeah. It's at least my opinion anyways, because, you know, you're going to chop for wood anyways in Age 1 to 2, so why are you sending wood now? When you're just going to chop anyways? Yeah, that's just what I don't know. Unless he's going for a voluntario rush with Musketeros and Pardos, which I think is totally possible with this Brazil setup now, because Brazil basically now can really focus on their slave economy with the Russian block train system, and then with all that food and wood you have left over, yeah, just go Voluntarios, Pardos, or Musketeros. Got 3 good... basically trash units between them. You know, you got a cavalry, you got a anti-cavalry, and you got a anti-infantry. So really good. And then I think once you hit like age 3 with the Ingeno, you can also make the their ultimate unit too, which also counts as like a trash unit that's a shock unit. So a lot of good trash units for Brazil. The only sad part about Brazil though is no guard Imperial Mosquiteiros, so that's one thing that they can't really do beyond age 2 and 3 really. Yeah. They kind of have to move more in the direction of escoltas, which is probably fine because by that point your plantation economy should be reliable enough to actually go for escoltas if you need assault. Yeah, which they get as the Royal Guard, by the way, the Guarda de Honra. Yeah. German immigrants for Brazil, looks like. Everybody seems to like the German immigrants. Is it because of their pretzels, their knockwursts, their bratwursts? What is it about the German Jawols that you like to go for? I don't know. Beats me. A forward-facing German colony? You know, that could be dangerous. That could be real dangerous. You know why? Because what could happen is somebody could siege that with the Belgian native spearmen, the Nyam-Nyams. Yeah. It does look like it's going for a forward-facing assault here with the outposts and the barracks right there. We'll see, though, what Belgium does here. So Belgium is doing natives. Will the embassy get up in time, though? No. Oh, yeah. Oh, no. That is bad. That is so much wood loss. That's like 150 wood you lost, basically, because now he's just going to siege. Yeah, he's going to get the Ville over there, right, and just try to finish it off. But look at all the timing you lost with that. Unreal. And they just... Oh, my... And he's not pathing... Oh, this is... Can't make... Yep, finally gets it up. Alright, so what is he going to get? He's going to get the Zappo-Zaps. Yeah, probably the best thing you could do out of that right here. Because they are not a heavy infantry unit. Oh, yeah. You can't even make stuff up like that. You rarely ever see things that are that. I don't know. That's all I'll say. Yeah, well, I think in terms of pure stats, the Zappo-Zaps are not going to be able to really do much here because they're more or less considered to be more like a spy-like unit. They have anti-mercenary, anti-native warrior, and also anti-villager. So, I mean, in terms of playing these, yeah, not going to be the most solid unit. And now that you look at it, you realize, hey, these things don't even have pierce armor, which makes these really looking good. Yeah. Now, what he can do is he's going to be able to ship in about 8 volunteers and try to set up some sort of defense there. Try to move a barracks back there and make some grenadiers, volunteers, musketeers, anything tiers to try to deal with this. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, this is... He's going to lose Villes now, or he's very least going to have him out commissioned for a while in that town center. This is a really good press by Brazil. Yeah. Very good press, actually. Quite impressive. Yeah, taking the time to try to clean up some of the infantry in the base. How far is that going to go? I'm not too sure. Because now it looks like the pressure is on. He's going to get you to the other side of the TC, and there's not much you can do about that. It's really a good chase. Really good pursuit there. Big time, I mean. Yeah. Well, he's defending for now. He's going to be able to get some skirmish there, and then at this point, it's going to, I guess, come down to whether Brazil just keeps going infantry, or they decide to actually use that German colony to make some of the immigrant Uhlans, some of the Diabos, the Batalha Diabo cavalry. So that could be something you could do here because of how vulnerable Belgium is with their training. Yeah, if you got a few U-ones mixed in with what you got there, you are looking really good. Exceptionally good. That's all I can say about that one. Yeah. He does do that, in fact. He does get those U-ones, and he knows if he presses the advantage now with the scout class, you are looking quite good there, yeah. Most definitely. So here comes some of the Yulon units, the Batallo do Diabos. It's gonna probably try to hit them from the side there or something, yeah. See if he can surround them. So you really can't afford to lose any army here. Once he loses all this, it's really irredeemable at this point, yeah. Training more conscriptos as well. I think you're looking at the last legs of Kazan here. It's looking like it. Ship's about 6 line infantry, but way too late. At that point, he's already wiping out the last of your infantry, and yeah, I have on death's door right here. Just about, yeah. Alright, so now they're gonna start sieging. Just start sieging the houses. That's the best way to cripple the opponent when you got the town center there, so we're protecting it. Get all those outward houses down, and that way they can make less stuff. And eventually, you're gonna be able to either age up and get artillery, or you're gonna have such a big army that you'll be able to take on the town center. Going again with the native embassy, I don't know what he's gonna make with that. Maybe try to do some of the hungamungas, perhaps. Totally, so we'll see. Pardo's coming in for siege. That's a pretty good stack of Pardos there. You can send right at this house and then go for the barracks. Next, yep. Ah, very nice indeed, yep. Yep, use those Yuans to take out those Vills. You don't want them near the town center anyways, because the town center has anti-cavalry multipliers and can completely shred them. So if you can find any Vills on the peripheries trying to avoid the fight and bring in resources, that's the perfect time to bring them in and take out some of these Vills. Yeah, using the Pardos just for the siege, right? Yeah. Ship in, what, like 3 Hussars or something? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, like 3 Hussars. Maybe one of these native shipments. Not looking too good, honestly. I wouldn't want to be in that situation. What is this deck anyways of Kazdan's? Is this one of the ones from the Liga that he used against the Chorizo Muy Largo Zarate? Maybe? Who knows? I think at this point it's probably gonna be a Brazil win, right? Yeah, I don't think Belgium could come out of this one. That was a really good press by Brazil there. Would trickle. A resource at this point would be welcome probably by that player. Sadly, villagers going way too far for the hunts now, and they're going to get caught out. They should really be on this side of the fence. So now that's going to snare them, and then the infantry can do the rest, really. That's going to be a fatal villager loss there, really, yeah. Yep. Take that one, yep. Almost got him, yeah. Yeah, not bad. Not bad at all. And keep pressing in. Deeper. And what is going on over there? Gonna start taking out some of those units, yep. Yep, take out some of that infantry. That should be almost good, yeah. Yeah, it was... I was actually pretty surprised. I thought Belgium would have had an easier time here against Brazil because I just felt like Belgium was more spontaneous because they have the extra XP coming in from the trade routes and all that, basically. Yeah. I don't know, though. Very strange indeed. Yeah. Very strange indeed. I don't know. Yep.
Commando.
Stagecoach. Boy, this man's getting desperate. Only has like control of like half the trade ring. Decides to get stagecoach. That is pretty extreme. Just saying. And it looks like it's gonna be a GG yet. Let's see. So I'm wondering what the next one's going to be like, the next match. Yeah. I think the artillery should finish it finally. Yep, Kazan hanging on for dear life. Poor Juanito. Poor Juanito Mexicano. Yep. And there it is. There it is. Let's go on to the next one now. See what the next match is going to be all about. Boot it up here. Let's go to... Nope, not here. Recorded games, yeah. So what's this game going to be called? Let's check it out. Down over here. So what's the name of it? It would be called Peru El Teatro versus Belgian Kazan. And then there's a second one too. So there's two of them. Two battles between Kazan Belgium and Viringo Peru. So we're going to want to watch both of those, right? Now we're going to have to remember which one we see, right? Because we don't want to have duplicate matches we're looking at. So we'll see. Let me find Peru. P for Peru. Which one first? What's the first one we should see here? The one with the spaces is the first one, so we'll check this one out, and then we'll go for the next one next. Yep. Why is it so zoomed in here? What is the zoom? Can we do anything about that? Let me see. Do I have like a? Let me look at my hotkeys here. We gotta fix that. Let me see if I can do anything with the hotkeys. Game world. Do I have a hotkey set to zoom out? Shift minus. All right, let me see. Yeah. Okay, now it's fixed. All right, I was like, whoa, that was way too zoomed in. Like, oh, that's not good. All right, that's much better now. Okay, perfect. Yep. So, yep, this is a pretty good map. It's not a ESOC map, but can be pretty fun. Basically, the idea of this map is you got. It's a lot similar to Tibet, except it's one single trade route that has about how many TPs? You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and probably 6 here. Yep. Okay. So this is a good Belgium map. Belgium should have an easy time on this if they can control the trade route. Yeah, I think in general, Belgium has a lot of tools that they can use against the Peruvians, so we'll have to see how well this goes. I think in terms of player skill, Kazan is technically stronger than Viringo, so I think everything points to Viringo here. Not Viringo, but Kazan here. At least that's what I think. I mean, it could totally go a different way, but we'll have to see. We'll have to see how it turns out. Viringo has been getting pretty scary with these this Peruvian civ. I mean, he beat Wololonick, beat Nick the last time as the Serbs. I mean, yeah, this Viringo civ is definitely looking a lot more fierce now than it used to in the past. So it's that same deck we saw last game, so no Age 4 play at all. Mostly unit shipments here. No eco upgrades besides Eco Theory, the wood ones, the Wood Trickle, and Silversmith. My question is when do you think you're going to need Silversmith? Why don't you just get like Royal Mint and hold out a bit better in Age 3 once the mines are basically cleaned up, you know? Because who knows, depending on what the map is, how the coin is going to go. Like, you might get pressured out so you can't get to the next silver or tin mine. So what are you going to do? You better have Royal Mint, so if you have to go that plantation eco, you can do that. Yeah, at least that's what I think. And then you'll have it with Eco Theory, so you're not totally toast if you get caught in your base. You know what I mean? Yeah. Whereas the Viringo deck, I'm assuming, is going to be the one we see all the time. Virgin Forest, Furrier, and Advanced Immigrants. Same unit, same everything. Yep, okay. So, very, very good deck by Viringo, and one that I've studied and tried to replicate a little bit. At least the Age 1 stuff, like the, well, not the Furrier, but definitely the Virgin Forest. I take it a step further and mix extractivism, which is like Eco Theory, and Carpentry, which is the same as the European Sawmills card, with the Virgin Forest, which is the same as Exotic Hardwoods, basically. So I go double wood, Eco Theory, and then I can spam out the Berneros even better than Viringo can. Or what, apparently they're called Bañeros, yeah. But the problem is in the text, they call them Berneros when they should really be Bañeros with the ñ letter in it, but they don't have it, so it's hard to tell. Looks like this is a more European map because we got Outlaw Unstoppable Steletsy here, yeah. That's always nice, yep. Grab that peasant and get him to work. Aging up with the first Japanese wave. And Kazan is aging up with the burger. The Bürgermeister, jawohl. Basically, the burger will give you about 440 coin. 440 coin. And you might be asking, why is that a thing? How does that work? Well, instead of giving you 4 coin crates, it gives you 4 silver coin crates, which contain about 110 coin instead of 100. Yeah, it's basically the coin crates that Argentina gets, but in some instances you can get silver coin crates as other civs too, like Belgium with, or any European that gets the burger. You can also get it with, I believe, Bolivia. They have a card gives you silver coin crates, and there's a bunch of other instances too where silver coin crates are actually used, since they're going to be slightly more valuable than the normal coin. Yeah. Now, in terms of early game, mid game, late game, how do we expect this to go down? Like, what's going to be the main strategy? What are going to be the armies? What sort of, Kazan type solution does he have to deal with the Viringo mass? Viringo's going to mass Pardos and Baneros. Is he going to add in Bushateros? Probably. Could he add Escoltas? Absolutely, if he gets Age 3. And then from there, I think Kazan's probably going to want to focus on bicycle infantry. If he could do bicycle infantry with, like, Force Publiques, he might be able to do pretty well here, yeah. Oh, yeah, maybe add a few Dragoons in for the Musketeers, though. That'd be my only concern there, yeah. And later on for the Escolts. Starting to pick up fortified trading posts now. Now, one thing that is going to do, in addition to controlling the trade route and bringing in more XP and stuff, is basically it's going to make it hard for Viringo to scout on the map peripheries unseen. Because every time a Mosquetero or a Banero or something or a Pardo walks by this, the Campbell is going to shoot at them, and then you're going to get the or whatever that sound is, basically, that you're being attacked. Or you're attacking them, and then they're going to know that they're there. So, Viringo's not going to be a cheeky little Juanita Peruana and sneak around the map as much when these conditions are really set, really. No, definitely not. We'll have to see, though. So, he's already got a pretty sizable mass of the Berneros. Yeah, you do get, like, a 9 Bernero shipment, so, I mean, you get a really good start as Peru. And it's starting to queue in the Pardos right now, actually. So, I mean, it's already off to a pretty good start here. We'll see what Kazan can actually do here to defend, perhaps. We'll see. Volunteers, coin, silversmith. What's up with the silversmith? Do you, son, even realize what's happening right now? You're going to need probably, I don't know, like, yeah, that's a good question. I'm trying to think. If he's going to go Mass Panero, like, what's the best remedy? You have a Hussar shipment, right? Like, you should have, like, some scout units now just to deal with this and keep them on the run. Because this is going to get really tight here if you let Viringo mass up his stuff enough. Yeah. It'll be quite dangerous. Quite dangerous. We'll see, though. We'll see how it turns out exactly. Getting the stagecoach, yeah, he controls enough of the lion's share of the trade route that he should get that. We'll see. I mean, I think if Viringo can't pop his bubble in the next minute or two, Kazan might be able to do this properly. He's going to want a stable. Get a stable in the barracks, or get a stable in the native embassy and start preparing stuff. Yeah, I think that's the only way this is going to hold, I think. Yeah. Well, now I understand what he's doing. He's going to ship 3 Hussars, and then he's going to ship in these native shipments. He's basing the build off of these native shipments, these ally shipments. He's going to go for the Zappos, and maybe he's going to go for the Nams next. Yeah. It's a very different way to look at Belgium, you know. I don't know if it's good, bad, or... I guess for the food and wood costs of those natives, it's can be good. How good, I don't know. I'm assuming that's what he wanted to do. Should queue this and this. Well, he can't queue the second one. He's got to pick the one he wants first, and then next one will come around very quickly.
Ja.
Wood Trickle. Is he maybe calculating that he wants to go to age 3? That's very risky against Viringo. Just because of the build he does with this thing. Why is he not getting food, though? That's the red flag for Kaza. Why aren't you getting food if you want to go age 3? Because you could totally train stuff now, like get Hussars, does have the stable for it. Could get some sort of infantry and try to be very cautious. And he's not. He's relying on the trade route to get him his food. Which could go very badly. Very quickly. He's going to get some food from that. Alright, so that's going to get him up a bit quicker, I think. Yeah. Still, you should be eating some of this meat and trying to age up a bit faster, because you know what Viringo does? He masses Pardos and Boneros like this. And if you don't have enough army for that, you're going to have some real issues. Like, yeah, you can't even finish your tower now. Like, you just waited way too long for that. You got to take this Viringo Peru a lot more seriously now because of this whole Pardo Bonero thing. It really is a competitive threat now on a level that the old Peru kind of wasn't able to do with the old Pardo. Or even the older Pardo, like the original one. The original one was a really strong halberdier, and yeah. Yeah, but Shatero's basically cleaning up the rest of his army. Yeah. So I'll say about that one. I wonder if the second one's going to go like this too. Yeah, maybe Kazan's going to smarten up a bit and realize what Viringo did to him. Like, oh, that Juanita Pluana got me. I got to go to back. You know, something like that. And he's going to have to do it. Give him the Juanito Bonito power. Yeah. Basically. Yeah, see, if he had those Hussars out sooner and he was, like, making them, I think he'd be fine right now. He would have been able to clean it up, and then he could time his H3 properly and get the bicycle infantry. Because if you get the bicycle infantry, you can shoot the Pardos, and then you can nuke the Boneros out of existence. The Boneros are basically gone. Yeah. Like, look at all the Vills is, like, losing. They're getting... Yeah, I don't know. Day late, $1 short, as they say. Yeah, a day late, $1 short. You got the right idea, but, you know, I saw it like miles ahead before you actually started doing it. Another day, another $1 for Cap, yeah. It's where that sort of phrase, too, yeah. Yeah, he should have tried to put his buildings, too, yeah, like near the trading post. Like, look at that. You know how much stuff he could have cleaned out with those cannonballs? He could have used that to take out the spearmen. Yep, basically. I mean, hey. You gotta put them close to the TPs so the cannonballs can deal with some of the infantry for you. Yeah. If you don't, then... Nope. Good match, though. I mean, it was kind of interesting to see because I didn't quite know what this was gonna. I thought Belgium again was gonna do well here, you know, against Peru. But I guess Peru again proved itself to be a very strong competitive civ. Yeah, seeing them clap Japan now in a team game, so I don't know. Yeah. Really gotta start assessing this Peru civ. I think maybe they are lower B tier now. I think so. I mean, we're gonna do the tier list on this Sunday, and we're gonna start going through all these civs again after the release of the Advanced Immigrants card and make some adjustments, you know. And we'll make adjustments to other civs as need fitted too, based on what we've seen. Yeah. The Latin Americans are going to be the main ones we're going to be looking at, honestly. Yeah. Cavalry Medics 2. Going right for that, yep. Grenadiers, kind of desperate. Yep, GG. Let's go into the next one, the second one. So I think it's named the same thing except there's no spaces in the verses. So I'll put that one in right now. And where we go from here, let's go into record games, and we'll pick up the next one, which is right in this one. Not this one, this one. This one right here. Yep, that one. Now, is it really a different... Yeah, it is a different one, because I looked at the file sizes in Discord, and they had differing kilobytes on them, so... So definitely, yep, definitely. This is I forget what map this is. It's an Eastern European map. I forget what it's called though. Does anybody know what the name of this map is? I remember doing it like a few months ago with Hishay on it because Hishay likes this map too. I forget what this map is. Yeah, it's one of the more newer European maps. Yeah, as you can see, it uses coal mines instead of normal ones. So. Yeah, who needs coin when you have coal? Especially after being a naughty little Juanito Pequeño on Navidad. Yeah, basically. So, same, yep, Belgium versus Viringo there. It's another okay map for Belgium because you have the trade route. Yeah, you got the trade route. Natives, not so much. These natives do need to be... developed a bit further, I believe. Yeah. I wonder when they're gonna finish the European natives. They like never finished them, like for years and years and years. Maybe something they can do when they pour it over to DE is get the natives up and running. Yeah. Same thing with the African natives. I remember, like a long time ago during the LAM rework, there was all this There was because I was like looking at the beta documents back in the day when I was testing and stuff. They were supposed to release a bunch of African natives either before the LATAM patch or during it. And they didn't end up doing that at all. No. Yeah, very, very weird indeed. Yeah. So, I don't know. I don't know. I guess they have to rework the concept, but I think in general the idea is for the African natives, their upgrade logic is going to work the same as the African cultures. So instead of having one upgrade, they're going to have multiple upgrades. They're going to have upgrades for multiple aspects of their weaponry, right? For their hit points, their attack, and maybe even their speed too. So yeah, that'll be interesting. See how that works. Scouting again with the Senenos. Very interesting choice. Yeah. I mean, when do you ever see this being done in like a definitive edition game? When do you ever see Julian K or Chef Sadiste or somebody literally taking their Minutemen or sentries and like scouting on the map with them and rushing the enemy explorer with them? It's kind of something totally different. To be fair, they do have a decent amount of damage, like 11 damage. Not bad. I mean, if you can get them to target the explorer, that is, you can actually get a lot of treasures with like 44 melee a second. Oh yeah, it's quite good. Yeah, now he's gonna start shooting at him. He's gonna get the R1. Yep, Gamo. I mean, they did. Viringo, you got one shot to get him, but no, that's sad. Should have got him and gotten his XP. Yeah. So what immigrants are we gonna see this time? Think it's gonna be Japan again, or is it gonna be Irish or Chinese? I don't know. Now the real question is, does Kazan learn his lesson, or does he get the double punish? Does he get spanked by a Juanita Puana twice? We'll have to see. So you got the artisan, so 400 wood. And Viringo is getting the Chinese wave. That's what I mean. How that wave. Alright. So maybe adding sappers in this time. The coolies. Which would be very interesting twist to it, you know? If Kazan's going to play it the same way he did last time, I mean, sappers is going to end this thing even faster. It's going to be even more rapido than last time. Even más rapido than last time. So we'll have to see if that ends up happening or not, yeah. We'll have to see. Yep. I mean, is it the same deck? It's a different deck this time. He's playing a mostly late gamey deck. Okay, so he did at least change up the deck. A lot more late game stuff now. Is he going to go naked FF and try to go towards the bicycle infantry? Could be a bit more effective. Yeah. But you're going to need enough bicycle infantry, though, to justifiably kite the Pardos, though, so you can actually reach the Berneros. Yeah. But I see a bit more promise in this than the other sort of thing you were doing there. Well, the other deck wasn't bad. It's just the way he was running it was a little bit, yeah. So what is Viringo going to do? Is he going to get the coolies as soon as that colony comes up? What's the plan, man? Now the barracks, that's a good spot for it. Like, does Kazan even know about that thing? I mean, no, I don't even think some of this is still black map. He hasn't even explored that area at all yet. So he's gonna have some reckoning here if he doesn't look over there. You know, he's gonna have a nice army of Pardos like sieging his house over there. And he's not gonna have any pop to defend. Yeah, he's got to rely on the navy units, which aren't really oriented against infantry too much. So Bernielos with Pardos, yeah. Cavalry attack. Carbonire attack, yeah. This basically boosts the bicycle infantry and the dragoons. Kazan, you don't have enough coin. Not enough dinero and not enough comida. What are you doing? Yeah, get the fruit. Las frutas. You're gonna need las frutas, and now no carne. This is a very greedy setup. which you might regret very bad if you do not get certain resources fast enough and reliably enough. Let's pray for this lad that he gets it. Because if he doesn't, it's going to be pretty bad. Alright, so aging up with what exactly? He's going to probably get the gunsmith, right? And get the 9 volunteers, the 8 or 9 volunteers, right? Yeah. The city planner, so another town center. That's fine too. Only if you age up on time, though. I don't know. I think it's, at least for my predictability, I think it's totally in Viringo's favor. Like, certain things are going to have to go really well for Kazan to pull this off. He's going to have to start queuing the bicycles right away and then have this shipment coming out like Hunto Blunto immediately and hope that he doesn't lose any. He's going to have to kite his way through the Pardos and then just chase down the Bonos. That's what it looks like. Are we getting any coolies from Viringo? We do not. I don't see any. No coolies just yet. Yeah, now he's getting them. Yeah, here they are. He's going to be good at sieging down the town center, especially. Here's a covered wagon. Here's the Frontier one. Frontier one's going to turn to a tower. TC's going to come up right over here. So, is he already starting to produce military? Yeah, you need to start queuing bicycle infantry like right now, man. Get on your little bicycle, on your little training wheels, and get to work. Minutemen first. Okay. Shipping in the bicycle infantry. What is he saving the coin up for? Is he gonna hope for some of these, maybe? You gotta stop being greedy here. You just can't get that shipment on time. If you have the bills over here grabbing the coal, maybe. But the Boneros are just gonna circle around and get you. Yeah. No. I don't even know if he can even. Interesting how he's not paying attention to the Minutemen, though. He's like losing so many coolies there. Yeah, no, this town center is going down. Downtown, yeah. He does get the bicycle infantry, but really at horrible timing, yeah. So now he's going to have to try to pull these out of here and maneuver them around and stuff, yeah. Yep. You're not even kiting them, really. No. Absolutely not. Yeah. GG on that one. Good match. Alright, so now we'll go on to the next one, I guess. I think we got some more Wololonick ones to do now. Let's boot in. Let's go in. So what's this game going to be called? Let's see. I'll pull up the server and look at it. Siberian Storm. Belgium versus Russia. Both this and the replied messenger against Kazan. Yeah, we already established that one. So now this is going to be the Russia versus Belgium one. Okay. Kazan, Belgium is not looking good today. Does he come back from it or not? In terms of Siberian Storm, is this really going to be on Siberia map? That would be very interesting because we don't see Siberia map a whole lot. If it is, that'd be a real treat. No, he's just making a reference to Russia. And I think the map is Adirondack, right? No, it's Arkansas. Yeah, you saw Arkansas. The home of Bill and Hillary Clinton. The places where dreams come true with Cuban cigars. Yeah. Basically. Yeah, I don't know even how that happened in our White House, so I don't even want to go there. But now here's something interesting. Notice how Russia's now training villagers individually without the block training. Yeah, since Brazil now uses that sort of SIV bonus, now Russia has to become a normie like all the rest of the Europeans and just train the villagers one by one. Yeah. Now, question is this new Russia going to be good enough for fighting Kazan or not? You know, Kazan, the poor little Juanito today, has been destroyed about 3 times. Let's see if he gets destroyed a 4th time. We'll have to find out. We'll have to find out what his fate really is here. Should be very interesting either way, though. Yeah, looking forward to it.
Klaar.
Scouting around with the frontier wagon. I would just put it down, man. You know this map at this point, right? Just put it down here or here. You could even put it down there, I believe. Can you put it down there? Is that far enough from the sort of town center war thing? I don't know. Yeah, I would put that down like right away because you've had a pretty. Oh wait a minute, no, this. I don't know what and when did he do the Viringo games and when did he do the Nick games? I have no idea now. I have no idea. Because, is he going to run the... Which deck is he using? Oh, he's using the special rush deck of his. It relies on Silversmith and natives. Alright. I don't really like that deck. I think it's... If you want to go with the rush deck Belgium, do one around the native warriors with the allied native warriors card. Yeah, like native treat. Is it native treaties? It's the one that gives you native warriors from every site or something. That's the one you want to do. The one that Darkus uses that I adopted. That one has a bit more success. If you want to go that route, yeah. Now, he shipped about 3 settlers, right? Yep. Now, this is interesting. A 12 villager age up with Russia. I'd never heard of that before. That's something totally different. So what's the point of going 3 less villagers and everybody else is the Russians? Is there a reason for that, Nick, or what? I generally would like to know because I haven't even won a game with the new Russia yet in any team game that I've done them in. So if there's something you know about this, I would love to learn it so I can keep doing those unstoppable Steletsy style pushes. That would be pretty solid, yeah. Absolutely, yeah. We'll have to see, though. Core Master, right? The Arzen. Yep, 400 wood. Kazan probably did the same thing, I guarantee. Doesn't even have enough food yet to age up. How many villas did he go up with? Like, 18 settlers? That's gonna make him so vulnerable here, man. Wow. He's gonna be in a real risky place. I mean, he's gonna get Arzen too, so he's gonna have his wood at least. He's picking up exotic hardwoods now. Maybe he's onto something, we'll see. Changes some over to wood, about 4 of them. So what's this Russia deck look like? I haven't even looked at it thoroughly yet. So 3 settlers, eco theory, all the military rush cards, 8 Plastuni, 13 not unstoppable Stelezis, and then 2 Cossacks. Does do the royal decree, great reforms. Does have the switch from skirm to musket. Infinite Plastuni shipment is always nice. And Fort, National Redoubt, that's always a good card to have, so yeah. Alright. So where's that blockhouse going up? Right here? Fair enough. If we go like the normal number of villagers, you can usually get the blockhouse up during the Egypt transition, typically. That's just me anyways, yeah. So what does he do here? Does he just ship in Cossacks and start raiding the settlers and then try to mass up enough of the partisans to just siege the buildings? I think that's totally something you could do here. Tried to do it the other day, it just didn't work that good. I think it was mainly because Cappy was raiding with Hussars and stuff, or no, Lanceros. He was Mexico, so there was Lanceros. I don't know. I just want to see what this new Russia looks like success-wise. Going for the 700 wood on the Belgium side. Whereas Nick is going for 5 Cossacks and about 10 of the not Stelezis, yeah. Should be an okay start. Gives you some stuff against heavy, gives you some stuff against skirmish. Yeah, and obviously not going to be quite in enough shape to go for the siege right away, but definitely sets him up for something, yeah. I think this is going to be more of a tighter fight from the looks of it. It's definitely looking like a bit of a longer duel. Yeah, definitely. Like if it was that other game, like the ones we've seen past with Kazan, it would already be sort of over at this point. Maybe Kazan is able to put up some sort of defense here. First he's going to have to deal with this raid of Cossacks and try to deal with them. Now, one thing Nick should do, he should put these into defensive formations so they can hit one target easier. Oh, he's going to get some Vil kills. He's going to get 2 of them. Yep, he's going to get 2 of them, but he could have potentially gotten more of them, though, if he just targeted a bit better. Maybe he could have gotten 3. Totally possible. His Cossacks are good, right? Yeah. Well, it's good to save the Cossacks more because then you don't have to, like, make a stable to go with them. Yeah. Oh, wow, look at this. Look at where he's got these native embassies. Wow, that is very impressive that he was able to sneak up on them like that, yeah. What is he going to do, though? Because the problem is Russia's... One of the ways Russia really gangs up on you is mass ranged infantry from the blockhouse. Most of these natives are anti-cavalry, so they're going to be great against the Cossacks, but not great against anything else, really. I just don't see where the advantage comes in, exactly. No, not at all. Yeah, see, the candidates are able to... Well, I think, yeah, once the Cossacks again, I think the Cantonists should be able to handle them. Move that up a bit, yep. Actually, the Zaps hold on longer than I thought they would. I don't think they're going to win the engagement, but they're definitely stalling time. Time that he could use. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Did you see that? Nyam, nyam. Nyam, nyam. He's going to take out his blockhouse with those things. That's a diversion, you know. He's diverting them. Alright, I think he might be onto something finally. Wow, look at these nyam-nyams. Yeah, go for the blockhouse. You got time. You got time, Juanito. Don't lose it, Juanito. Go for the blockhouse. Right over here. to get enough of them. As I wouldn't go in with 4 of them, but as soon as you, yep, he's gonna queue in more. He's got only 5. How much? No, he doesn't have any coin though. Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah. Now you would want to ship the Nam Nams in and go for a siege, and like press in there. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Now you're gonna be under direct fire of the Cantonese. Yeah, no, these are basically pikemen, so they're not gonna engage well with like mass skirms like that. Now the Zappazaps are kind of zapping them right now. Kind of. Now I think the line infantry are gonna hit a bit harder with their stronger bullets there, honestly. Yeah, now it's, yeah. Oh, here's the Pastunis. The Pastunis will definitely do more damage. Wait till the Pastunis get in there. Oh! A swashgeek attack, whatever it's called. Yeah, it's like a swashka attack or something, yeah. Does like 1 splash and then a little bit of extra damage. Yeah. More Cantonese. Oh, nice. And that native embassy will be going down, yeah. It does have a lot of wood and no coin. So that's to ship in the 700 coin out of desperation now. As for Nick, he's got enough res to make different things. He's going to add Plastunis in, bit of cav. Swashka attack, that's how you pronounce it, Swashka. Yeah.
Sure.
And I'm assuming he's going to mass up more assault before he goes for a major push on Kazan here. At least from the looks of it. Pick up that casa, see? Oh, he's trying his best not to lose any numbers, which is really key in this type of a fight, yeah. Now the Grenadiers might actually clean up a bit here, yeah. And he's doing a good job at surrounding his attacker. To the point that he can, like, pressure, grind down some of these infantry, yeah. Problem is, though, once the town center fire is ready, it's going to start targeting these plastoonis, and they're going to be kind of wiped out very easily. Yeah, see that? The problem with plastoonis is they're like trash assault units, so it's very easy for a town centers can one-shot them, you know, yeah. Which is very, very alarming, yeah. They can one-shot these too, yeah.
Da.
Double blockhouse, yep. Should set up a good defense. I think the trees are benefiting Nick here a bit more because his grenadiers can't exactly form up better to deal with the infantry, and the hussars have the path around it too. Yeah, basically didn't do too well in that one, and has to retreat now. Yeah, because basically with these Wars of Liberty Grenadiers, they have to wait another 60 seconds before their grenade throw recharges, and then they can throw it again. Until then, they're basically just like musketeers with the musket attack, yeah.
Приказ? Что?
Alright, this is where you gotta be careful, man. If you idle too much, the grenadiers could take advantage of that, and, yep. Yep. I don't think he activated all of them yet, did he? No. That's good. That means you can get some more grenade tosses in, too. Double up Plastuni should be a good shock unit to go up against the grenadiers with. Now, what you're gonna need to do the siege, though, is probably Parson instead of the pikemen. Pikemen will be great for sieging. Might consider again those plastoonis there with the pikemen, so I can do with the infantry and the buildings. At least what I think we're gonna need for this one, yeah, to basically defeat this Belgium. So Russia's going up to age 3. Belgium is nowhere near that, so Russia maybe 2 Falcons wins. Yeah. Sad when that happens, but it does happen, you know. 2 Falconets to paradise. Instead of 2 tickets to paradise, it's 2 Falconets to paradise. When you play as the Russians, you know. Because it's sort of like, yeah, I don't know if they're going to win, but then once they get to age 3 and they can pop out the Falcons, it's definitely looking a lot worse there, yeah. About 5 Kazakhs. Veteran line infantry. Or probably veteran Cantonus. Seems to be doing Cossack now to deal with the Grenadier threat, which I think is pretty good since, you know, they had the shock tag. They actually get a Malice. These grenade throws to Cav, so I mean, Cossack will probably be the most preferred thing you can use to go after him with, really. Yeah, see that? They're basically able to tank all those grenade shots. Pastoonies are a little bit riskier because of their low HP. Oh, wow, yeah, and then the 2 Valks come in next, yeah. So I guess he can win with this new Russia, I suppose, yeah. How many settlers is he on? 33. Not bad. I think the good thing about this Russia is if you do want to keep villager production, it's not as expensive and taxing to do so anymore. You don't have to have like that large amount of food that you had to with the Russians earlier. Now you can simply just have 100 food and be able to keep some sort of economic growth going. Yeah. That's at least what it seems like, you know. We're definitely going to have to consider that on the tier list, too. Like, where do we think the new Russia is? Do we think they're better, worse? Do they feel safer now to do eco with? Do they feel like they're weaker? Yeah. Anything like that. Good, so veteran on which upgrade is that? Line infantry, alright. Probably a good idea. It's a bit sturdier. Whoa. Look, can survive? Can it survive? Yeah, I think he's got enough cover. Oh, he got one of them. One of them. Not the other one. Okay, yeah, good one. Good fight. That was a much drawn out one, yeah, definitely. Kazan definitely is starting to figure out his stuff, I think, you know. I think if he tries a little bit harder, then he'll finally be able to beat Viringo's Peru with it, yeah. Yeah, Russia's still the way they used to be able to constantly spam out the muskets. Yeah, the ruskets. Yeah, basically. Ooh. GG, well played on that one, yeah. Yeah. Alright, so now we'll go on to the next one, yeah. We boot into the next one, yep. Here we go. Here we go. So what we got here in terms of what's this match going to be called? Let me see. It will be called Record Game 1. What a creative name that is. Record Game 1. So creative, in fact. Yeah, let's do it. Record Game 1. Here we go. Right here. What's the biggest one? Look at all the record game ones we own. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. That's a lot of them. It's this one, right? Der Kaiser versus, Viringo. Yeah. Okay. Should be interesting. Yeah. Did we see this one before? Wait a second. Let me find the right one. Because I want to make sure we get the accurate one. Let me boot out of this and check it. Because it should be a Wololonick game of some kind. This is not it. Let me find out. So now, what is this? Let me go to downloads and figure it out from there. Record game 111. Let me see. So, Nikki. I'll call it Nikki. Like Cousin Nikki. Cousin Nikki, yeah. See if that's it. Unless, wait a second. Oh, because there was multiple record game ones submitted. Let me see if that's the right ones, just so we are keeping everything organized. Paste it in here. There we go. Perfect. Like Cousin Nikki. Alright, perfect. Put that up. Find Nikki. Nikki. Yeah, this is the right one, right? Yeah. Alright, well, let me at least look at the Discord while this is running. So how many record games did Hungary versus Peru? Alright, so okay, we'll do that one then. I mean, if it's gonna jarble them all up, we may as well just do the ones that we see. Alright, fair enough. So it's gonna be Austria-Hungary versus Peru, is that right? Viringo, yep. Map is Colorado. And basically what makes this map pretty interesting is the fact that the trade route, it basically winds through these mountains pretty well. I mean, you got like the socket down here, and then you got another one right here, and another one right here. It's basically basically the same sort of setup, but on each side of the map, basically. In terms of natives, you got the Comanche on here, so a bit of maneuver. And sometimes I find some good treasures on here, and sometimes not. So sometimes I like the map, and sometimes I don't. It really depends on the day, the RNG, and everything. Yeah. Now, in terms of this personal matchup, I believe Austria-Hungary, if done correctly, typically, I don't know. What do you think? Where do you think Austria-Hungary stands right now with, like, the nerfed cards? Instead of 2 Hussars, it's 1 Hussar. I really don't... I don't know. Yeah, Zagreb, you're going to have to tell me. Like, I don't know how Austria-Hungary versus Peru is actually going to go here. Yeah. Should be interesting, though. Quite interesting. Quite interesting. Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, interesting. Yep. So, yeah. 4 villagers. Yeah, basically, before the Austria-Hungary was supposed to have settler wagons like the old Germany Civ, but instead they lost their settler wagons and now their villager cards simply deliver more villagers. Yeah. 4 settlers instead of 3. And then in age 4, you got, not age 4, but age 2, you got a card that gives you 6 settlers and 5 settlers. So if you like really big villager cards, then Austria-Hungary is going to be your friend. Yeah, basically. In terms of military, Austria-Hungary gets their Royal Guard in age 3 instead of age 4, so they get Royal Guard veteran upgrades instead of Royal Guard guard upgrades. Yeah, some ways it's a little bit more affordable that way, but yeah, if you don't want to pay a little bit extra for your veteran upgrade, then you're probably not going to like it too much. Yeah, it's going to be a bit pricier than what you usually expect. The Royal Guards are the Hussar, the Radetzky Hussar, and then the I forget, it's the Schutztruppen line infantry or something. Yeah, so basically the musket and the Hussar are Royal Guard. Similar to the British, yeah. Previously, they also had a Royal Guard Grenadier and Skirm, but they kind of changed off that Royal Decree to no longer have that anymore, basically. It gave them what I argue would be a kind of a weak Royal Decree that really I don't see any worth in. Just about, no. So, I don't know. They make all sorts of reworks, and they're not really works, but rees, more or less, yeah. Not reworks, rees. Because if it's a rework, then it's going to work. But if it doesn't work, then it's not a rework, yeah. Not as in being bugged, but rather work as in like being viable in the game, yeah. What's the politician? The artisan, so Core Master 400 wood. And Senor Viringo is learning, what is he learning? Chinese. Chinese Chuvahauda. Yeah. Very good. So, what can happen here? I think probably Viringo has a good start here, maybe. Because Austria-Hungary does not get early skirmishers. They get grenadiers, musketeers, and hussars, yeah. I mean, earlier, I think in one of the earlier designs for Austria-Hungary, they were supposed to have pikemen. And then obviously they were able to train Trabanten too for a while, and then the dev decided, you know what, let's kick them to the home city for whatever reason, and it's like, yeah. I guess they didn't want them to look too much like the old Germany, because the Trabant is basically just a doppel with a stick instead of a sword. And, you know, I like the Trabant. Trabant was one of my favorite units at Austria-Hungary. I used to always stack it up and make armies with it, so yeah, I don't really play Austria-Hungary that much anymore ever since they got rid of the Trabant, because I felt like the Trabant was one of the fun reasons I used to play the Civ and everything. Now it's not the best. Nah, definitely not. When's the last time they had the Trabant, actually? I think it was probably at least like a year ago or something. Now, that 9 Brunero shipment's going to probably be used here to try to pepper some of the settlers along the lines there. If Ringo's sneaky, he can get over here. He might actually get a shot at some villagers, like actual targeting the villagers, yeah. Making some Pardos as well. Now, what's Der Kaiser's plan here? Ship the Grenadiers in? Ah, yep, good. One settler down. Many more to go. Hussars, yep. You always get free Hussars with the Austro-Hungarian shipments, so he's got 6 Grenadiers and 1 Hussar, which is a pretty solid shipment all around. Mixed with the Minutemen, I think he's going to have some problems here. Yep. I think he can find him if he's going that way. He's not... Yeah, he's trying to pursue him now. But it's way too late. Yeah, he's already off into the sunset now with wonderful, beautiful Colorado to be caught. Yeah. Pardo's right here. Yeah, if he could stack a big mass, he could just snipe that town center. If he could distract him long enough. But he's got to get rid of this Hussar, though. Hussar needs to go. If the Hussar doesn't go, then yeah, it's going to be very tricky to do. Basically. He's really distracting him. Like, he can get him with Pardos right now if he wanted to. How many... Is he queuing up more, or is... What's his number right now? He's got about 15, right? 13, and he's got 6 coolies. Yeah, keep distracting him, and then once the coolies are ready, just go for the town center. Go, try me, chufa, how da, see. Like that, and then it's done. Don't take too long, though. If you wait too long, you're not going to get your chance. Pretty sure he could do it right now. No, there's Grenadiers there. Now, what's the resource differences? That's kind of key as well. So, food-wise, bit low since he's training Grenadiers. It's like doing well, they're slightly more expensive than muskets and food, right? No, they're actually cheaper. No, it's the coin cost. It's a bit more. Ships in about 6 settlers. Instead of Hussars, you get 1 additional settler. Yay! Instead of Hussars, you get 1 additional settler. Yay! Wee! 12 settlers instead of Hussars, you get additional settlers. Ooh! Wow! Yeah. Wow.
Я готовий.
Szolgálatára.
Да.
Szolgálatára.
So, Master Grenadiers, 10 Hajuks. And anything else? Ten Berneros. And combat-wise, he can't take this on right now. He needs to be very sneaky and try to sneak around, try to siege stuff here. Really. The only thing he's got to his advantage right now is his range, so he really has to use that well here. Unfortunately, the Hajuks are going to mess it up a bit and start firing back at. If he could get over here, let him attack the bears. Attack those grizzly bears. If he does that with the grenade toss, they're going to literally eat their faces off. You just missed the bear. Big grizzly. He would have had bears chasing him. Then he could have maybe done something there. That's how you win a lot of these matches. You got to use Gaia to your advantage. Yeah, just gotta use Gaia to your advantage. The Pars are up here, pressuring the line infantry. Sappers, yep, get those coolies working on siege. Get that trading post down first. You might have to go up in this. If he goes in this direction, he's going to actually be golden. So, yeah. He's going to be pursued by the Austrians in that direction, and he's going to basically want to start hitting those hunts. Let's see if, yeah, he sees him right there. He's gonna nab a lot of vills. Yeah, see, he found him. All right, he's paying attention. Good. Now, what do you choose to do? Are you gonna try to hunt any of these vills or what? He's actually gonna retreat. He doesn't even want to risk this army at all. Which I find kind of interesting. He's not even going for any of that. Kind of wish he had a stable and he had Lanceros or something. Yeah, that would be very scary. Like he probably could win if he had a stable, or like a big army of Musketeers or something. Just start swinging at him. Yeah. Yep, start sieging at that barracks. Yeah, you don't really have anything yet to go after that stuff, yeah, basically. Just come down here, converge, and take out this barracks. Musketeers, we're going to have to be massed a little bit more, I think. Barracks down. Yeah, I think Mushatero is the key, but you just need a lot more of them, though. Yeah. Definitely see what these do. I mean, that was pretty big in the Wololonick Serbia game, was these Musketeers just running around the map and targeting vills. Like, he's not going to get any vills here, is he? He gets one, because it was bad from the last raid. Ooh, yeah. I was watching that one carefully. Can they siege some of these? Yeah, siege some of those houses next. That's what I suggest. Call out the firemen. Here's the firemen. Here's the fire department. As in not putting out fires in the neighborhood, but you know, firearms. Yeah, who needs a hose when you can fire bullets at the mess instead? Basically.
Señor. Órdenes.
Is he gonna go back towards the main group, or is he gonna keep him in that area? Yeah, that's not good. Yeah, if you're gonna go back, you go back this way. Don't go through the mill. You're gonna get hit by the grenadiers doing that. Right now, it seems to have enough of them to be able to chase him for a while. Anyways, yeah. Does he still have any of the Hajuks? Yeah, he still has a good number of them, so I'm gonna have to definitely try to mass up some more of these Berneros, I think. Because you need enough infantry, I think, to try to kite the Grenadiers. If you don't have that, it's just not gonna be good. What treasure is that? Like another doggo? Yeah, it's a doggo. Yeah, just retreat and try to kite as much as you possibly can there. Yeah. Hit that, retreat. See, this is good kiting here. You want to ideally be ahead of the most frontmost enemy you're dealing with. If you do it too sloppy, then yeah, they're going to catch up. I was a little bit scared of that Pardo slowing him down with his sort of path, yeah. This is good path. Yeah, that was good kiting by Viringo there. Took out a lot of infantry for free. That's the whole point of it. It's going to go to age 3. With the second Chinese wave. Probably with all this stuff going on, doesn't want to risk bringing in a new colony and losing it. Probably in age 4 can go Irish, get the big massive Fenians, and start doing San Patricio cans. That'll be a nice turnaround for him. We get some more Berneros. Some Grenadiers. And what is the current upgrades on the Kaiser? Is he pursuing Veteran Grenadier? He is. Yep, Veteran Grenadier. He's getting Common Army to make the infantry cheaper in food. So what is that going to do to their costs? So they're going to go down to a cost of 56. Line infantry will go down to a cost of 64. Skirms, 43. Alright, so that is a pretty substantial card for the long term and being able to save on food. It's a card that's existed since the days of the Habsburg Civ. So it's a very old card, yeah. Very old card indeed. Put up the train post there, yeah.
Auftrag. Ja.
Don't go through the native site because sometimes it gets stuck in the fencing. Seem to be doing alright right now, but yeah. Yeah, lucky nobody got caught in there. Happens a lot. So get a Mercado up. You got your infantry here, your artillery, everything you need. So is there no town center there? What's his Ville count at? 49 versus Peru. What's Peru at? This is about the time you want to sort of see and what the Ville counts are and everything. He is at 21 Vills. Really? That is not a good number. Not a good number. Senor Viringo, not a good number at all. I'll do a little bit better than that. You don't have that. You should at least have like 30 something bills to deal with the Austro-Hungarians, because now score difference is really going to fall apart very quickly. Cookie's going to crumble a lot quicker than you want. So that will be the Royal Guard. Yep, Deutschmeister, that's the name, the Deutschmeister line infantry. So those will be a good addition to dealing with Mosquiteros and Escoltas mainly, also Lanceros. Right now it just seems to be infantry, but as you know with Viringo, he likes to put down stables to do Escoltas as well. So it's good that he's actually focusing a bit on his muskets, yeah. Shipping in about 6 Dragoons and then about 12 Schutzen. Shipped a number of Hessian Schutz. Instead of Hussars, you get additional Schutzen. These are statistically the same as Jaegers, so basically 30 or so damage skirm with 40% pierce armor, and yeah, it's quite good. Yeah, so the Pardos going out forward to attack the Hussars, but they might be drawing out too much. Trying to, yep, pull back. Let the artisanals get their shots in, but make sure they don't get sniped. Yes, avoid that. Oh, no. Yeah. Yep. Austro-Hungary is definitely looking a lot better shape here, I think. Yeah. Big time. I didn't know. I thought early on Viringo was going to get some good raids in and stuff, but it looks like now Austro-Hungary is really buckling down with its army and really ready to start pushing in. Yeah, it seems like it. It definitely seems like it here. That horse grenadier shipment's pretty powerful and sometimes stalls you a bit of time. But here's the Schutzen though. Here's those wonderful skirmisher mercenaries. Yeah, all he can really, Viringo can do is try to kite him from the periphery. And try to wipe out the infantry one at a time. So all he can really do here. Yeah, the Kaiser's just going to retreat now. Probably wait till he can get like a huge stack of hussars and just start running them down with the Radetzky hussars. About 5 skirmishers being trained. Where is Viringo's resource stockpile? Yeah, it's definitely a lot less. But as I said, you know, once you get a good amount of wood upgrades as Peru, you can basically be rest assured that you're always going to be able to make more Berneros all the time. Or at least most of the time, because he decided, yeah, I'm going to make my town center again. Yeah, I don't know. Like, he's definitely not in great shape right now. I would actually probably resign if I was in this situation, just because your odds are not looking that great. You know, you really can't do too much at this stage. About 4 Mosquiteros. Fort. Yeah, this is normally the way Viringo does a good job installing is he'll like stick a fort right in front of his town center there, and it takes the extra time to get it down. It's a good way to use up your seconds, and your minutes, and your hours. Oh, right over there. Yeah, that, perfect. Good snare. But I think in this one, Viringo's going to have to work a lot harder on this rain than he did against Nick in his match. Yep, and there's the skirms right there to deny him.
Mis fuerzas regresaron.
Mas Bernonos. Again, the artificial fertilizer to secure his food eco. He's really maxed out his pop, isn't he? Yeah. Should probably go in at daytime and start attacking. It's got refridge, no other eco cards, right? No.
Auftrag.
Now this is sinister. Look at this little fortress thing he's doing. He's got a wall around there. He's gonna put towers on it. That's something creative right there. That's gonna. But the problem is because there's no. He could just like walk around. Yeah, he's going around the road here. Yeah, all that work for nothing. Poor Juanito. Poor Juanito Bonito. Juanito Pluana. Yeah, he's just gonna walk around the road there and get him on that side. Yeah. I don't know. That's all I'll say. Yep, just has to go right along that road, follow the yellow brick road, right to Viringo's back of his base. Yeah. Yep, that's a Viringo tower, right? Yeah. Now in the industrial age, so it can probably get the guard, Deutschmeister, guard skirm, guard grandier, all the good guard stuff. What's his res count at, by the way? Yeah, I would expect it to be that high at this stage, yeah. Start picking up all the guard upgrades along the way. You could get one of these big hefty shipments now. Yeah. Every chance he can get to wipe out some of the infantry is going to take it. And he's just going to go through the little path there because of the wonderful yellow brick road in the way, yeah. Let's go right in that little hole. Locomotive, the Iron Horse. Oh, now he's doing the ultimate unit here, the Schutz Corp. These used to be more or less a skirmisher. Now they're actually a anti-building and raiding unit. Yeah, they're good raiding villagers and they're good sieging buildings, basically. So, pretty interesting unit. I rarely ever see. Like, I never get into matches with Austria-Hungary with enough tempo to usually train these. Wonder what their stats are now. So the siege is about 39, and then the range attack is, what, about 22? Alright, it's alright, I guess.
Spreman.
Ja. Ja.
Commander?
Comanche trade language. Interesting. Such a good spy. I can actually research that. Wonder what he's gonna do for the final push here. He's just shipping line infantry. He could have went with something spicy like the Trabants or this or this. Yeah. Been a little bit more interesting. Yeah. Mortar. GG. GG. What, does he resign when the fort goes down? Yeah, one more volley and that thing's going down. There it is. Yep, and then get the TP and pry the town center next. Wasn't quite expecting the matchup. Well, I assumed Peru was actually going to win this, you know. Guess Austria did. Pretty interesting, you know. I don't see enough Austria-Hungary matches to really understand how good they are. Yeah. Alright, so let's look at the... I just want to look at the post-game here and see what happened. In terms of certain metrics, like... Why did Viringo not make any bills here? That's why I'm wondering. Like this. Because you'll see this right here, like... If he made more, he'd probably be, like, at least here. Definitely not down on this side, though. No. Definitely not. So, let's go into another one. Let's boot into another one now. Let me look this one up in the Discord that we just did so I can put the little check mark on it. No, I don't need to. I already know what it is. So, let me see. Could probably do this in A order at this point, right? Got one from Gilder. We don't see Gilder that much. Sweden on defensive position versus Peru. Now, let's see what that one's about. Actually, I gotta download that one. Yeah, let me download it now. Sweden on defensive position of Peru. See what that one's all about. Save game, paste it in. Perfect. Alright, let's see what that's all. Record games. That one right there. So we got Viringo as Peru. Like, who else would play Peru but Viringo? And then we got Gilder playing the Sweden. And I'm trying to remember what map. I think this is Sonora. Yeah, this is Sonora. It's a Age of Dynasties map, but not an ESOC one. And yeah, basically it's in the Sonora Desert. Yeah. Now in the Sonora Desert, you apparently have buffaloes. Yeah. I don't know. Were there bison in the desert states? I don't know. It's a good question. In terms of natives, you got the Navajo here, and then you got the Navajo on this side. Yep. Trade route. Now, this was one that I did. Remember on the stream against Viringo, something I took advantage of was basically trying to control this little piece here. Look at how close together these sockets are. This one, this one, this one. This is a really easy way to basically mop up a huge part of the trade route and pretty much gain a huge advantage in the match. Yeah. Now, in terms of Civ matchups, I believe if Sweden masses up enough Bevrangers, they're going to have an easier time against Peru here. Yeah. That's what I think. Basically. As for Peru, I think if they want to win this, they're probably going to have to put the pressure on them, you know? Sweden takes a while to set their stuff up. Now, this is something we don't see every day. Actually gets the sawmill in Age 1. I don't know. Is that good? Is it good to get the sawmill in Age 1? I am very skeptical of that, just because, how long is it going to take you to accumulate enough wood to get a house now? Like, yeah. Maybe it is good to get the sawmill early. Who knows? I would think usually people like to get the sawmill in age 2 after doing Norland login, so it's at least cheaper. And you can get them both around the same time. Yeah. Perhaps. We'll see. That's why Gilder here basically said he's on the defensive position against Peru, mainly because he's probably going to have to hope that he can survive that sort of Braniero, Pardo, Mushatero type pressure that Viringo's known to put on with the Civ, yeah. Is he going to get a house, or is he just going up to age 2 with his 10 bills? That would be pretty strange. Probably because there's no villager cards, he's probably going to do that so he ages up on time. Now, what's interesting is he almost has enough wood for like a barracks already. Yeah. No advanced Torp, no advanced Rustal. Very interesting. Does have the Norland, does have Riksbank. Plenty of upgrades here. The H3 unit shipments are more pronounced with skirms and dragoons. Team cheaper unit upgrades. New Riksdag. Imperial Age politicians are 2,000 resources cheaper. Interesting one. And then the Industrial Revolution. So a factory. Sweden only gets one factory because they have multiple factory-like buildings like the sawmills that they use. And then they have the Iron Forge as well, which is an annex for their artillery foundry. Allows them to produce the Nordenfelt guns. Basically an organ gun that has multipliers against cavalry. So like a real good machine gun that actually grinds cavalry down. Picking up the land mana party again. Is getting all the market text and queue, so he can take full advantage of that right now. Yep. As for Viringo, what is Viringo going to do? He's going up with China. Training to Fahada. So, yep, this is something we saw in the Der Kaiser game. He's probably going China just so he can use some sort of coolie attack. And thus why Gilder's going to be on the defensive against Peru. Yeah. We'll see, though. We'll see if Gilder can handle the pressure, though. Gilder is quite skilled, I believe, from what I recall in previous games. Knows what he's doing, so Viringo's really going to have to try hard here to crack his walnut. Yeah, crack his walnut. So where's the barrack? Barracks is right here. A key. Right in this spot. He's probably going to, yep, he's going to start training Pardos while the Bernielos are shipping in right now. Won't do anything substantial until he knows he has enough of a mass to go for the push, usually. Though he is known to using the Bernielos to raiding all over the place and doing the same with Mushateros as well. Yep. The Bernielos are shipped back at the town center because he doesn't have a tower here at all, so he's going to have to wait for those to go onto the front lines a bit. He is adding more Bernielos into the queue, so I mean, is he planning on doing like a massive like 11 Bernielos to start attacking the Bills? Maybe. Actually, no, he's going to go in with like 13. 13, yeah, 13. Putting up another trading post. No, that's actually Gilder doing that. Interesting use of the wood. You know, you get so much wood as Sweden. You rarely ever think about going trade with that. That's a very I think a very good idea. You know, if you're going to float that much wood to Sweden, you may as well take the trade route, get stagecoach, and have some extra food and coin as well to start massing up on stuff, yeah. Gets it up. Gets it up. Now, the coolies, I think, are going to ruin it once they come, yeah. Coolies are going to completely destroy it there, yeah. Adding in more volunteers.
Ja, uppfattat. Tack för att du betalade.
It's a Minuteman. Yep, use them. Yep. Good. He's got the Minutemen right on top of the sappers. These are siege troopers, so if you can use your Minutemen to hit them, they're going to do a lot of damage to them. Oh, wow. Yep, got most of them. A lot of Berniers, though. Take out the Explorer and then the infantry there, right? Yeah. Oh, he's gonna try to come in with the... Oh, I got him with the shovel. Try to get down the sawmills. The sawmills are a really great soft target for you. You can get those sawmills down. You have about the same HP as the barracks. Then yeah, I think they're going to be in great shape. Just going to try doing some siege with the Pardos now too. This is a lot of pressure he's dealing with. I mean, look at how much he's having to deal with here. Like, he's trying to make the most out of his ranged infantry and trying to deal with the Bernieros. All the villagers trying to do some type of work so they can keep the eco going. You know, sadly for poor old Sweden, their early skirms do not only cost wood. They actually need to have a little bit of food as well to make them. Oh wow, gets the barracks down. Sawmill. Sawmill goes down. I think he got some real problems. Did he do another batch of the coolies or not? I would have done another one. Tried to maybe go after this and then go after that. At least that's what I would have done, yeah. I would have mainly done that because once you knock out Sweden's wood economy, that's a big key part of their military, you know? It's key to them doing anti-cavalry and it's key to them doing the early skirms. And if they wanted to go with dowel horses later on, denies them from doing that too. Yeah, big time. Now, in terms of basically another attack, Viringo's going to have to get a huge number here, I think. A lot more Pardos, a lot more of the Beneros. It's going to need a decent mass of things here, basically. Yeah. Because if with what he's got right now, that's really not nearly enough that you need. You're going to need a lot more than that. Ship in the Mosquiteros. That'll be good. Yep. Bring in some more villagers, yep. Here comes the Mosquiteros now, yeah. See if he can chase these down. If he can take them out, maybe he can go for another siege. Yeah, what is he doing? What are you doing, Manito? Not looking at the problem. Problema. You gotta watch your stuff, you know. Keep losing these units for free. You're You're giving Gilder more time to branch out and stuff. I mean, really. Now we can get this hunt here of Bison because, you're not able to keep the constant pressure on his neck, really, with the eco. Yeah. Yeah, probably gonna try to go for a bear. What is he doing? Is he gonna try to support that? Like, I see he's putting the sapper into the barracks now. He was gonna target that one first, no matter what. Mushateros, which everyone has left anyways, right on top of Bernier. Alright, so what now? Like, is he even, like, he can just go into the town center and make this an unfavorable trade now. The only good thing about, being this aggressive with the Bernieros is you can regroup, you can basically replace them pretty quickly as long as you have, does he have Virgin Force? He no longer has that card, so I'm a little bit concerned. I would have Virgin Force, Carpentry, Extractivism. He doesn't have any of those, really. He has 15 llamas. Llamas? What are you going to do with the llamas? Watch them spit on you or something? Like, yeah, that's what they do. They spit on you. I don't know about that one. It's pretty interesting, actually. Good sieging on that barracks, yep. Another raiding attempt by Senor Viringo. Yeah, gonna try to get as many vills as he can. I think he realizes if he lets Sweden get into like age 3 and start doing the Hasatrupe, yeah, this whole sort of build of his is gonna fall apart very quickly at the seams. Yeah, basically. Just gonna chase him down with the Husares, yeah. Yep, but now I can reclaim that hunt there, yeah. So what's he got here? He's got volunteers, some hussars. Viringo's going to age 3 with who first? Oh, he's going with the Irish. Okay. Sweden's also going up with the political exile for a quick rage up. What does he go with first? Does he... Oh, 1,000 coin? Ustedes?
Redo. Ja, min herre. Vad är din befallning? Redo. Ja. Ja, kapten. Ja.
Oh, Beverlingers. Okay, so what makes the Beverlingers very interesting thing in this matchup is, unlike other musketeers, these ones are a hybrid between a musket and a pikeman. So that means more siege, like 38 siege. So they can actually, if he wanted to, he could have like ran in here and tried to actually start ripping through this fort right there. Yeah. It's very lucky that he allowed him to build that fort and everything. Yeah. But still, if he wanted to, he could actually come over on this side and start hitting him there. Yeah. It's not much stopping him from it. Definitely not.
Ja.
Raiding attempt. Yeah, wow, good save. So what's the resource count on Viringo here? So about 2,000 coin. About the same. About the same, actually. I think in terms of army on the field, though, it's clear the guild is actually in the better position now. Yeah. Put down TC, yep. Already has like 3 of the TPs on food for the stagecoach. Gets up his own fort, Fort Bowden. Goes up to age 4. The engineer who gives you about 2 mortars. That'll be perfect for dealing with this fort here.
Order. Order.
Here's the roost hole, so Gilda will be able to do some cavalry allotments too for the Adelsters, now named the Hussatrupe.
Redo.
Back in the day they were called Alsters, now they're called Hussatrupe. Back then they were a very different unit. They were actually like more or less like a melee skirm, so they had like multipliers against heavy infantry and light cavalry. But now they're just like basically a cheaper, weaker cuirassier. So a little bit less unique back than it was back in the old days, yeah. I think they were still like that until they started messing around with the tag rework and everything post Latin patch, yeah. I honestly can't say 100% which unit is better. In terms of uniqueness, I like the old sort of pre-Hussatrupe days of the Alistair, just because it was like a really unique thing that you could use to basically hack into muskets and stuff with in dragoons. And in fact, that's what originally the Rapilienia for Gran Colombia was too. It's like a copy of the Alistair, so it actually had those same exact stats for fighting all the things that skirms could, really. Yep, and let me see. Here's a Hussatrupe. So here comes the mortars. The mortars are going to sit right there and start blasting down that fort. Fort Pono. Taking his only factory now, yeah. Howitzers for the mortars. Has a foundry here to replace them too. Here's the escoltas. Bonito escoltas. Ugh. Gonna have to counter that now. Ooh. Oh! What was that doing there? What were you doing with that? Why would you move your factory wagon with the rest of your army? What? What? What was that? Lucky thing I saw that. Wow. I mean, it doesn't matter. You're still going to win it. But wow. What a way to finish it. Really willing to feed him your factory wagon. Yeah, quite insane actually. Yeah. GG, well played. Yeah. Nice, nice, nice. So let's do another one. We can pull another one up. We boot it up right now. So which one should we do now? Let's do the Gormistan ones. Those should be good. Record game 9 and record game 8. Let's do this one. Alright, so we got Der Kaiser. Oh, I thought you meant Louise Kaiser. Oh, Der Kaiser. That's a whole different Kaiser. There's two Kaisers. There's Louise Kaiser from Mexico, and then there's Der Kaiser, who's an actual Kaiser, an actual Jawohl, German, Allemand. Yeah. So, Der Kaiser's using Russia, and Gormistan is using British. Interesting. Gormistan faced me a few days ago with the British, so it should be an interesting battle. Yeah. There's a bit of key differences here, I think, in this fight to understand. Well, namely the fact that the musketeers at both sides are going to be very different from each other. The Russian musketeers, the Ruskets, are going to be cheaper but weaker, whereas British musketeers, the Redcoats, are going to be weird in their stats. Well, they're going to be stronger, I think, in HP and attack, but they're not going to have any armor, which is kind of strange when you think about it, yeah. So what does that mean? They're going to, in terms of, outright damage, and particularly in melee, they're going to be really great. But when it comes to, resisting things like pikemen and stuff, Redcoat's going to actually take a good amount of damage from a pikeman with, only 10 melee. Yeah. It's kind of shocking because most heavy infantry is pretty resilient against that. Doesn't mean that pikes are going to be able to defeat Redcoats. It just means, in a situation where you got 20, 50 pikes or something against a couple of Redcoats, they might actually get knocked out a bit quicker because of that stats difference, yeah. Also, the big thing with the British is you got so many possibilities in terms of mixing and matching your marriages, right? Yeah, because basically the British is a prelude to modern American dating and marriage, where you marry one person for one age, and then the next age comes, you get divorced and get married again, and divorce and marry again, and each time... Well, the good news here is instead of your paycheck getting smaller and smaller, you actually get more civilization bonuses from those places you're marrying the people, right? So if you marry somebody from Belgium, you're going to get the Belgian natives. If you marry the French, your villagers will be a little bit more expensive but gather better. If you marry a Portuguese, you're going to get free covered wagons with each age up, including an improvement on build limit of them. And so forth, yeah. So what are the decks looking like here? So Gormistan has only Koberism, and then for the rest he's got Redcoat, Cherry Bomb, Green Jacket. He uses Spice Trade. Age 4. He's got the Rockets, Rocket Man, Robber Barons, Early Factory. He's got infinite shipments for Redcoats and Scots Greys, so at least he's got some sort of infinite shipments there. Uses Cardwell reforms to cheapen his military. Victoria Cross is great for basically getting out an extra shipment once you hit age 3 running. As for the Der Kaiser Russia, what is that looking like? So... mostly it looks like... Wait a second. So this is... could be a hybrid mercenary deck. Yeah. It's got Dance Hall, Oprashooks, the Kabardan, and the Swarming Cuddy. Then Age 4 has the Vulcan isometric army. Ah, interesting. Yeah. So basically what this shipment does, it gives you about 10 Panda mercenaries, 10 Hajuks upgrade to guard, and 10 Opalshenets upgrade up to guard. Yeah, basically. So it's not necessarily all mercenary. It's like partially mercenary, but then mixed in with some normalish stuff with guard upgrades. So I don't know. Yeah, I'm not gonna complain. Hajuks are pretty solid as early skirms, and again, I'm up to guard. Gonna be pretty okay, but you get the idea. The Oprashooks is definitely an interesting one. These used to be an immigrant unit back in the day under the Ukrainian immigrants. Now they're just like a unit you can ship in with certain civs. Kabarans, these are just mercenary cav archers, and these are mercenary skirms with extra multipliers, basically, yeah. So what are the politicians going to be? It's going to be the Artisan, and for British, it's going to be again married to the Prince of Orange. So yeah, you can marry both men and women in this, yeah. Back in the Habsburgs' day, it was all straight. Now, you go both ways, yeah. Bisexual British, BB. Well, that they put the BB in the BBC. Bisexual British casting, yeah. Yeah, which isn't too far from the truth, because, you know how the British sound, right? Yeah. Cheerio. Yeah. Alright, so we got 700 coin coming in, so probably a naked FF. Speaking of BB, bisexual British.
Yeah.
Now, if he goes with that, I'm assuming he's doing Victoria Cross, either in Taffy and the Rockets, or he's going to do some Falk stuff over here. Yeah, something interesting's on the way. Something's cooking. Something's cooking. I don't know what exactly, but it's cooking. Now, what's Russia up to? Are they gonna follow a similar track, or are they actually gonna start? Yeah, I was just like, wait, what? What do you do with those villies, man? You gotta put them on something. Hello, Stiletzi. Didn't notice you were streaming till right now. Ah, interesting. Yeah. We went over a good number of your matches so far. I was trying to do another one of yours and it ended up being the Der Kaiser match against Viringo, and we sort of just lost track. So we're just sort of going in the opposite direction and climbing up through the recordings now instead of down. And yeah, interesting stuff happened, basically. So, training 5 recruits. Well, that's what they're called in the 5th edition, but here they're just regular line infantry, and then shipping in 13 not unstoppable Stiletzis, 13 ordinary Cantonists, pretty much. And, what else? Where's British? So, British is actually going to start to make redcoats, so they actually are going to play in Age 2, it looks like. Again, picking up steel traps even, so the food eco's definitely not going to be too hard to get. Yeah, this is what I meant. I mean, look at their stats. So their melee attack is really good. Their HP is pretty nice. Their range attack is great. No armor. Yeah, no melee armor. So they take literally full damage from everything, whether it be cannonballs, bullets, or tigers. Yeah, tigers and bears and lions, oh my. Yeah. 700 wood. I mean, Probably just massing the redcoats by themselves will be fine. But you might want a few green jackets in too if you can afford it. What's the siege value on these? 20 siege? Alright. Yeah, the good thing about going with the Dutch marriage is the fact that you can sort of have the same setup as the Dutch civ. So you can have your food villagers, wood villagers, and coin villagers, basically. Yeah.
Hello.
Du något bra, inte?
So some more redcoats, yep. Coming forward with some pikemen, cantonists, and line infantry. I think the redcoats probably can handle that. I'm not 100% sure. Yeah, that's not good. He's basically taking the town center fire right there. Yeah, I think the British are going to be fine in this one. Definitely. You got... Yeah, I definitely wouldn't have... The thing is you're going to need a lot more infantry. Like, you're going to need, like, a bunch of more cantonists, and you're going to need, like, a decent wad of the pikemen to just start sieging down here, and then going up here, yeah. If you do it like that and you try to go under the TC, you're just going to get blasted by all the redcoats in the town center cover fire there. Not the best situation to find yourself in. And then going to even ship in 5 redcoats there, so keeping up the numbers pretty much on that front. Did I get wrecked too often? I saw you get defeated by Viringo playing as the Serbs. I saw that so far. What, is it worse? Did you get defeated even more, son? Even more than you already did? Are you winning, son? Are you winning? Or are you losing? That's what we're gonna... Eventually we'll find out. Yeah, I think... Yeah, I've seen you win with Brazil today, and I think I've seen you, win against Kazan's Belgium, but I think everybody did, right? Yeah, everybody beat Kazan's Belgium today. I don't think Kazan's Belgium even had any chance today at all, and yeah, no chance at all. Now shipping in the green jackets. Once you have a bit of anti-heavy infantry, I think it's going to be pretty good to start going for the siege towards the blockhouses, British. Some green jackets shipping in, yep. Some Plastoonies. Yeah. I think if you mass up the Plastoonis, it can be okay, because, you know, against red codes, it doesn't matter the type of damage you're doing, it matters how much damage you're doing and well, I mean the type of damage you're doing, you know, like, normally with Musketeer going up in melee with like a Hussar or a Plastoonie or something, there's going to be a bit of resistance to that, but, you know, with this type of unit, there's no hand armor there, so basically a full swastika attack from a Plastoonie is really going to deal full damage to it. Yeah, and if you can mass up enough of them, I'm assuming, you can actually overpower them pretty well. I think it's going to take a whole lot to do that, basically. Yeah, it's not going to be easy. Pretty much.
Aye, sir.
More redcoats.
Huh? Det går bra.
Aye, sir. Regiment on foot reporting.
This is the Russian winter effect. So if you siege a Russian building, you see the little snowflake under their feet? Basically means that their movement speed will be slowed down temporarily, kind of making it hard for you to retreat from a fight as well as pushing in deeper. Just like the actual Russian winters used to do in battle, yeah. 3 cherry bums. Jolly good show.
Rifles, boys. We're moving. Aye, sir. Regiment on foot reporting.
Can't even use that coin. It's like right under his blockhouse. Why did he even move the shipment point to the blockhouse? He could have just kept it at the town center if it's that close. Makes no sense to me whatsoever. Like, if you're gonna move a shipment spot to a forward blockhouse, it's gonna be because it's down like here or there, not because it's literally like next to your town center. You know, because you could really use that coin to do something. Oh yeah, like, I know he's in age 2, but if he was in age 3, yeah, you could get like 5 Falcons and start blasting the infantry, but now you can't because that coin is under the British control now. Yeah. You don't remember? You don't remember if you got owned in the past few days? Yeah, hopefully we'll get to look at those matches either tonight or next week. Who knows? GG, well played. Good match. It's a nice try, you know. I just think their Kaiser made some tactical mistakes there. Going under Glimmersten's TC like that at the start, and then he ended up losing tempo in the end of it. Yeah, basically, like, if he had, like, Kaiser had, like, 50 Cantonists or something helping him here, I think he might have been in a bit better shape overall. GG, well played. Let's do the other one that they did. Boot it up right now. So what's this one going to be called? It's got, I think it's record game 8, right? Record game 8. Let's do record game 8. Let's do this one. Maps Indonesia, right? Yep. Struggle of no Indonesia citizen wool so far. Well, actually, this is the Dutch, right? So, yeah, there's a bit of Indonesia. You got the Javanese laborers that speak some Indonesian. Eh, Pangusti, now Nana Nicoli. Yeah, yep. Speak Indonesian. I actually was the one to suggest during the beta testing of the Great War Age patch. I was like, you know what? Why don't we add the voices in from Struggle of Indonesia? Because those were Javanese villagers. And sure enough, they ended up adding them. So yeah, definitely thank me for having authentic soy sauce, villager voices, yeah. Cornelius Goldfoop? Who's that? Never heard of him before. And Goimistan is the Mapuche. Yeah, he's been playing the Mapuche a lot. He likes the Civ. I mean, I like the Civ too. I think the Civ's pretty solid, you know? Yeah, we definitely should see more of it. The thing here's the thing with the Mapuche. They don't have some of the more traditional unit roles you're normally looking for, like muskets and stuff, but they do have good cavalry in their, well, mainly they got cavalry, right? Like, like 5 of their units are literally shock units, right? The Trengalath is an assault infantry from the war hut, right? And then from the stable, you got assault cavalry, you got a maneuver cavalry, you got a siege scout cavalry, and then you got a scout, anti-mercenary native, etc. cavalry. So 5 shock units. Only 2 sort of normal barracks units between the spearmen, their skirm, the Traukutufe, and then their elite unit, the Mawadanche. This is also a form of infantry. And then, of course, they got some good artillery, too, like the captured artillery pieces and the Book of Fuegos, of course. Now, I don't know what he's going to go for here. The thing about Mapuche is you have about 90 to 99 cards to work with every game, because the Mapuche received their cards through their explorers and not through the home city. So, Mapuche essentially are able to basically ship every card from their home city in one game if they want to. Granted, they had enough time to get them all, right? So they can get all the villager shipments, crate shipments, military unit shipments, military upgrades, all the eco upgrades, all those like civil stuff involving like buildings and everything. Yeah, literally everything under the sun. Also the renegade upgrades and support upgrades. Oh yeah, absolutely. The longer Mapuche is in the match, the better off they usually are in terms of like getting all their stuff done. As for Dutch, Dutch are currently one of the most top-tier S-tier civs in the mod right now, namely because of the flank war, their economic booming potential, as well as their wonderful, strong Age 4 players with their 3 ultimate units. So this is going to be a pretty difficult one to discern, actually. Does actually have Shore Leave. Shore Leave is in the deck. So we might actually see Marines being used here. Who knows? Also got Cabarism. Flankers. Yep. How many? 7 flankers and 6 grenadiers. Adauntons. Likes the Adaunton shipments, I guess. Has some mercenaries for the Ronin and the Boer commandos. The Boer commandos are not mercenaries. I believe they're actually consulate units, because they started out as a unit that the Zulu had. So, yeah, basically just dragoons. Then age 4, there is the Patang Puluns and this one. So about 3 Mambis, 6 Pero de Presas, and 3 Sorudos. So a lot of anti-cavalry mostly. So what's the age up going to be for the Dutch mainly? I can kind of already assume what Mapuche are up to. Yep, going with the shaman. Oh, the shaman. I usually go with the messenger. That's interesting. Looks like they're grouping up on the explorer there. Gonna get some more XP. Get the 700 coin. It's still called 700 food for some reason. Like, this has been going on for like years and years. It's like, well, this is not food, this is money. It's not those, unless they're talking about those chocolate coins you get for Easter. You know, like those ones with like the little gold colored metal wrapping on them. You like pull the wrapping off and you got like a chocolate coin. Yeah, that I could understand, but yeah, that's not food. You don't eat that. You like have a nickel or a penny or a quarter and you bite into it. You're gonna take a nice trip to the dentist, a real nice trip to the dentist. So do not try it. Do not try it at home. Even though it says it's 700 food, it's actually 700 coin. Going for age 3, I see. Very interesting. So what is it again, like age 3? Is he going to go with the Mawadanches? Yeah, he might just go for the big hefty Mawadanche shipment age 3, yeah. That might actually happen. And if he does that, it's not going to be pretty. Not in the slightest. Yeah, look at Der Kaiser just getting up to age 2 around now, yeah. Yep, the messenger, right? Yep, the messenger. He's going right for the Mawadanche shipment. No, the TC. This is going to be pretty disturbing when it comes out. Alright, it's loading in. Yep, getting another Ruka upprint. Yep. Yep, going for the 5 Mawadanche here. Wait a second. Oh, he's going for a mixture of 8 villagers and 5 Mawadanche. So he's playing a bit into both areas. Putting 2 eggs in a basket. Alright. I thought I was going to go for the flat out first and second Mawadanche shipments. He could still do that, you know. He could probably still get the first one because he has a shipment right now. Then he'll have a pretty decent stack to work with. Yep, about 5 Maodenches. About 8 Tralca Two-Face. The Kaiser's going Grenadier. Definitely better than Flanker in the matchup, but we'll see. Getting up a War Hut. Veteran upgrade on the Spearman. Interesting. Probably looking for a bit of siege in that. Going in for the push now. Let's see what these Grenadiers can do. I don't think he made enough Maodanches for this. Should have had a little bit more there. We'll see though, we'll see. Who gets the... Yep, about the same timing there, really, yeah. See how he's like very hesitant about firing because he doesn't want those grenades to throw into one Spearman and then be wasted on the other ones, yeah. Now, that'd be interesting if he raided that so close to his base. Didn't need to, though. I'm assuming Dutch resigns here, not the Mapuche. Yeah. I think Mapuche definitely won this one. Just saying. I mean, look, Dutch doesn't even have any coin left for Grenadiers or Flankers. This sort of matchup. So yeah, I definitely think that the Mapuche were able to pull this one off. Cause see, the Mapuche, they can basically get Lots of extra shipments going, yeah. Think so. Let's go and replay seems broken on that one. But yeah, maybe. I mean, yeah, I get what you mean. There's no way of telling though, honestly. Yeah, you'd probably have to be there as a spectator to know if it is or it isn't. Yeah. We've ran into that before with the ESOC tournaments. You know, we'll have like a game, and then basically what ends up happening is something goes wrong with the recording, and it's like prematurely falters, basically. When it's really like a half-hour match or something, ends at like 10 minutes in, and like, what? Why would they resign then? Like, they're in the middle of the map, like, fighting or something. Like, makes no sense at all. So let's do another one. Let's do the, let me see which one to do here. The Der Kaiser series. Let me see what this one's. Oh, Spain and Romania versus Peru and Japan. Yeah, that'd be a good 2v2. It's called Record Game 3. So we're going to go Record Games and look up Record Game 3. See if we can find it here. There's probably a million of them named that. Is it this one or what? Let me see. Might be this one. If it's not, based on the civs described, then we'll have to look at the other one. Yeah, this is it. This is definitely it. So it's Nick and Viringo versus Der Kaiser, and Goimistan. It's important to say Der Kaiser because there's also Luis Kaiser, so you have to know which Kaiser you're talking about. The actual Kaiser or the Mexican one, basically. Japan teamed up with whom? Peruvians, yep. From an angle, it looked like the Canadian flag. I'm like, wait a minute, is that Canada? I'm like, no, that's Peru. And then on the other side, you got Nick as. Let me see. So we got Nick here, right? And who's his ally? Ringo plays Japan. And then on this side, you got Goimistan as Romania, and who's the ally? Der Kaiser as the Spaniards, España. Now, in terms of this matchup, I think it's probably going to go with Team Der Kaiser Goimistan because you have Viringo on your team. I mean, Goimistan with Der Kaiser is a very solid team up, you know, pretty strong one. But I don't know. I mean, just from what I read from that Peru versus Austria-Hungary game, I think Der Kaiser is going to carry a lot more weight than Viringo is in the team. So from personal gameplay experience as well. Yes, exactly. You made a really good point there. Yeah, players that don't resign right away are very, very, very dangerous. Like, really deadly. We're talking like Viringo, Hishe, Toledo. People that don't quit right away have some really nasty skills that they can do to you if you're not careful. Always watch out for players that don't resign after you take out their town center and kill a bunch of vills. Seriously, like, if you wipe out a bunch of villagers, take out the town center, and they haven't resigned yet, they're doing something. They're plotting something. I mean, there's some like Lars that, you know, just like to stall out the match because they laugh while they're doing it while they're eating their gummy bears. But, yeah. You get it, though. Like, yeah. Yeah, Viringo can actually turn a game around if you're not careful. Don't ever count Viringo out. Yeah, definitely. And that's what could happen here. If they go after Viringo and Viringo retreats onto the other side of the map and comes back with Nick holding his own, that could be a real problem too. So I gotta give him a little more credit than that. Now the thing is this is not Viringo Peru. This is Nick Peru. You know, Viringo's running Japan. Viringo's Japan back in the day was a real problem. Not gonna lie, a real dangerous problem. Yeah. Oh yeah, he's actually making the war dogs. Looks like. Yeah, cool. Expedicionario basically improves the stats of not only the explorer but also the dogs too. Hurrah Pampienda. When do we ever see this card being used? Kind of an interesting pick, really. Yeah, definitely. Schwarnate is... Oh, okay. What immigrant? The first Irish wave, yeah. And then what is going up with Dmitry Kadamir? That's from the market, so about 400 wood. Going up with Toshuku Shrine, just like Cappy would. And what's Der Kaiser going to do here? Has he even... Why is he aging up so slow? Like, you know he could get raided for that, right? He could get, like, really pressured pretty hard there if he decides to slow out his age up that much. Especially against someone like Viringo on the other side and Nick. They could totally team up on him. That I would be very concerned about as that player. Yeah. Big time. 100%. Quite risky, actually. Yeah. I'd definitely watch out for that. So what Poltush is this? This is the Scouts. So now this is an interesting option. This is an interesting Poltush we don't see a lot. So what the Scout does is it sets up a trigger where after you build your first stable, you'll get free cavalry from it. Only from the first stable. So for civs that have hussars, what happens is if you build a stable, you get 2 free hussars. If you're the Russians, you'll get about 3 Cossacks, I believe. Should really be 4 Cossacks, but whatever. Yeah. You get the point, though, right? So, basically, it's going to get stable and get immediate rating value out of the building. So, where's the stable going? Stable is going where? Where's that stable going? And coin. It's not putting a stable up. Barracks? Don't build barracks. Build a stable first, then get a barracks. Silly. I don't know. Should try Brazil again. Yeah, you should. They're a lot better now. They're a strong civ now, so there's that at least. Yeah, definitely. So here's about 6 land infantry. Yep. Start attacking those vills. Yep. Sadly, Viringo does not have his garrison in the building ability like he does with Peru. So if his villages get caught out there, they're really caught out there. Oh, yep. Nick does though. Yeah. Watch out for those dogs. Those dogs are dangerous. They're really dangerous. Quite dangerous, actually. So what you got here? You got about 8 pikemen and 1 line infantry queuing. Still gotta see when that stable shows up, though. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Look at all these Caloras. That was a big slice up there. That was huge. You gotta watch out for the Caloras. The Caloras are a very spammable hand cavalry. You really could think of them almost like the Paraguayan hand cavalry, but they actually, more often than not, are going to do a lot more damage, especially later on once they get upgraded to the Roscioli upgrade, because they'll get a charge attack where they'll like do a really nice trample and go super slash on the infantry. Yeah. Quite good, actually. And there's even a card that allows the Caloras to turn defeated units into themselves, too. So, like a zombie, really, you know? Defeated enemies turned into the same unit. So, yeah. There's that factor as well. Alright, so we got line infantry here. Partisans. So, yeah, Romania's just raining around with the Caloras, right? Kalarashi. Using the Legion Piranhas, that's something we don't see Viringo use a lot anymore. It's a pretty good grenadier, right? Oh yeah, yeah, definitely an okay grenadier. What it does, yeah. Trying to go for a siege on the barracks, I see. You're gonna have to be careful with the grenade toss, though. Definitely watch out for that. Like that, yep, see that? Watch out for that. Wasn't even a really bad one, it just took out a few pikemen. Now, because you took out one of the Peruvian units, they're gonna get to chase you down with extra movement speed. Yeah, well, now it seems to disperse. Yeah, there you go. Oh, putting the Schwar Bodoquieros in stealth. We don't always see that. These are basically a Latin American blowgunner. They're not the same as the Caribs, though. The Caribs are anti-infantry. The Schwar Bodoquieros are actually anti-cavalry. So they got some sort of anti-cavalry multipliers. So if you're fighting like heavy cavalry or whatever, they're going to be good for shredding them, usually. Yeah, almost a maneuver unit, right? Now their class is heavy infantry, so a lot closer to the Korean Byungyungs. Going for a push on Romania. Romania's just gonna retreat their cav. Hope that Spain can send some support, right? Some more line infantry of their own. Yep. Sieging at the 2 stables. Yeah, they definitely don't want to deal with this Romania threat. If they can take it out now, that'd be great. And if the Caloras do charge in, these Bodoquieros are weighing there right for them. Academicos. So probably with the Portuguese consulate, right? Yep. Oh! Whoa, whoa, whoa. I never thought... Oh, that's something new. Going after him with the melee, it's unbelievable. That was a really out-of-this-world tactic. Out of the box. Using the stealth of the blowgunners Even though they do 8 hand in groups, they can actually take out the artillery. That was brutal. I like that one. That was a good one. That was a good tactic right there. Did not see that one coming. Yeah, now Viringo, get those samurai out there. You don't want them right there. Good unit, but save them for the cavalry. Don't push them at the infantry. Well, now he's got the Venatori. Yeah, so the Venatori, you're going to have to watch out for those. Thankfully, the Venatori have actually less range than an average skirmisher, about 2 less range until they get that wonderful arsenal tech I was telling you about. Then they just go up to like the basic 20 range. Yeah.
Mis órdenes.
Here comes the Virgin Forest because, well, why have the Chad Forest? Virgin Forest is good because it's, well, virgin. Untainted. Yeah. I always get this card with Peru just so I can mass up my Brenieros. And with Wind Structures, that's another wood chop and upgrade you can get with the Latin American civs. It's basically the same as Log Flume for the Europeans. So what are you gonna do? Just mass up Brenieros? Seems reasonable. Japan should just spam up the Shiguma then. That's what I would, yeah. Basically anime girls, yeah. These are basically literal 19th, 20th century anime girls with their anime girl haircuts. Yeah, basically.
Señor.
Irish Wave 2. About ready for Age 3 for Japan. They're going to get the Golden Pavilion, right? Yeah. Ooh, Caloras. Watch out for that one. 10 sounds so good. Looks like Romania's switching over the crops now, so once they get those crop upgrades, I think their food will definitely pick up quite a bit. Yeah. Well, the thing is with Romania, the more technologies you research in a certain age, the more that age up is going to be cheapened. Yeah, it's part of their modernization bonus. So yeah, basically, if he keeps researching techs, his industrial age will be cheaper than normal. But it doesn't affect the other ages, right? It won't affect imperial age. For that one, you'll have to research techs all over again and, you know, get the process going, basically. And it works the other way, too. You're basically able with Romania to train units early, but for a higher cost for the technology to make it happen. So you like have to pay 400 wood and 400 coin to get Vantori and Age 2. Same thing with the Carboniers, and then definitely a lot more if you want like heavy artillery like the mobile armors of the Farpanzers. Quite an interesting civ Romania is. Not the strongest nation state civ, but they do get around, I would say, in terms of their different builds. So where's Spain? Spain's over here with veteran line infantry and some Aduaneros too. These are the units that Toledo used to always make with Hispania. Always used to make them because they're graded rating. Yeah, they're graded rating villagers, and they even trickle a bit of coin to repay their costs, too, which is pretty cool.
Da, domne.
Soarta are.
Oh, using the Escolta is a good idea. It'll help you with the heavy infantry. These Kanono cans, though, they're pretty brutal. They're basically a modern version of the flaming arrows. So good against infantry, buildings, and even artillery. Yeah. Oh, the horse grenadier shipment. Venator combat to buff up the Venator and the Carbonized maneuver units.
Soarta Ales.
Now, what you could probably do is try to like micro the canal nows a bit better, so you can hit multiple targets at the same time. Yeah, like you do in Arena. Look at this. Look at the very interesting interaction there.
Ne așteaptă victoria.
Romania adding in the mountain artillery. Oh, Peru switching to Lancero now. Bit of scout. Their Kaiser mostly focus on food eco, it looks like at the moment. Coming in with the big army of pikes, line infantry, and 2 Falcons from the shipment, right? Let's see what happens here. I think this town center might actually get wiped out now. They're not careful. Oh, it's freeing up that trade piece, yeah. Very interesting. Not gonna risk it? Nah, I guess not. Romania going full Venatori with some Durabanti and the mountain artillery. Now, these mountain artillery are not only culves, but they also siege buildings as well very well. I think the Irish immigrants are good in the late game because they give you shipments of falconets, infinite shipments of falconets, which currently don't exist in the meta of the game. You know, you obviously have to go to the 5th edition if you want an infinite 2 falconet shipment. So it's kind of cool that the Irish immigrants offer you that late game option, really. Yeah. They can be good in Age 2 if you're focusing on eco because they give you obviously the upgrade to your mills, right? Potato farming. So they do help your food eco a bit too, as much as I think sustainable agriculture does. Watch out, watch out, watch out. Oh no, that's his side. I was like, whoa, wait a second. What is he doing? Alright, well, I think if the pikes can make contact with the shock units and take out some of them at least, then Gormestad's army is going to be doing a lot better here. Yeah. Let's see if the mountain artillery can make the proper contact to get the Manos. Not aiming them. Let's see if we can. No, they're all gone. Wow. Wow. Extra range on the canal now is really doing well. Have some Adornos. Ooh, que says. Que says. Splash. Yeah, those Kananas are really getting a lot of value, aren't they? A lot of value. Why are you making a Dwanros to go up against you know these are meant for raiding, right? Like, why are you throwing them into the pit? I don't know. Like, I don't get. Like, Dwanros are not meant for combat. They're supposed to be raiding people. If you're not using them for raiding, they're a waste. Don't make them. Make like either line infantry or skirmishers with Spain at this stage, or the Chapagors slash Chapagors and the Pizzetros, yeah. Infinite Falcons are kind of mid in late game, though. Like, you feel like you have Barricans, I feel like. Well, the thing is, with Latin America, Falconets are actually kind of good because your other alternative is like a cheaper, weaker type of artillery piece. So, yeah, when you're the Juanitos is, Falconets are kind of nice. Yeah. If it was like with Europe or something, yeah, I would think Infinite 2 Falcons are not that great, but is the Latin Americans or cans are technically weaker, but they are more massable, so I guess it depends on what you're looking for. Like, if you don't want to bother putting down a foundry or something, you may as well just use the San Patricios to get the job done. Definitely the dynamite cans are solid, though, yeah. That's why they ended up nerfing them this patch and telling us, oh, you can only make one at a time from an artillery foundry because too many people are upset about it. Yeah. Independentistas. Ah. And you don't always see. I mean, they're alright, but yeah, I just don't make them a lot. Bolivar's Honor Guard, Neo Granadero's unique unit. Yeah, like whoever makes the Independentistas anymore, they worth it or not? Yeah, I still don't know about the Dwarneros being there. Should really just be skirms at this point. Yeah, you definitely should have pushed harder, I think. Definitely. Absolutely. Because look at them now. They got like these pretty huge armies here. So much resources that they don't even know what to do with it. Literally making trash on the front lines. Yeah. maybe mule artillery would be a bit more valuable here because it's a more massable cannon, and thus might be able to overwhelm the canal nose a bit better. Canal nose would be a tough challenge to overcome, I think. Yeah. Pikeman. Yep, get the Guntos. Oh, Senior Viringo in age 4. That'll be a nice boost. Oh, jeez. Look at this mass, though. Wow. That could be a real problem. Look at the pikemen. The pikemen are getting it done. Pikemen are actually doing okay. Yeah. Well, look at all the artillery it's able to. And they're still poking at them, yeah. Pikemen, good against artillery, yeah. I think it's not looking good right now. Definitely not. Especially with the pikemen still attacking. Still eating away at their HP, yeah. Going up to age 4 with Vasily Alexandri from the barracks, so I'm assuming Vanatori of some kind in Dorbanti. Ooh, Hajuks. Hajuks. Doesn't have the monstrous coalition card though. That would have been a good include. Because then you'd be able to get the guard and imperial upgrades on the Hajuks and the Scythemen too. I think once you split two teammates apart, that's when it's usually towards the end. Usually. Because it's hard for them to resupply each other on the front, yeah. Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, does he realize that in, like, arena and stuff, you can, like, rush artillery very easily with a bunch of hand infantry with, like, Aztecs and stuff? It's like, really? One of those rules of micro that you just need to know in AoE 3 is the fact that pikemen and stuff like that are actually really good against artillery in mass. Because they can overwhelm them, they can go right up in front of them and mess up their volley and everything. Viringo's out. See no Viringo. GG, well played. Yeah, that was definitely a good one. Really good one. Very nice one, actually. Look at all the resources you let Romania accumulate. This is what makes Romania really dangerous, is because of their whole modernization bonus. They can really ramp their economy very fast. Very fast. Yeah, big time. Military. Yeah, same thing. I mean, once you give Romania that eco, they flood the map with Durabanti, Cadarasi, whatever they want. Yeah. If we look at like the charts, this is like the villager count, military count here, and then the resource count. Quite a lot. Quite a lot. Yeah, so now I gotta go do some work stuff now, so I'll probably see you on Saturday for the next stream. This was fun, though. We had a lot of good games tonight, definitely. From a lot of different people, too. You know, we had Gilder, we had Nick, Wololonick, we had Der Kaiser, Cappy, Viringo. We had a good collection, so, I mean, if we can keep that going forward, that'd be great, you know? Seeing different perspectives and stuff, you know? Yeah, most definitely. So, see you then. Sign off now from this one. Have a good Thursday night of whatever's left of it, and Friday too. Yeah.